What's
Hey,
up then, Blue?
how's it
Yeah.
going?
Okay. Oh shoot, I still got my speakers on.
Yeah, it's real loud on your end. Thought it was me messing up. Is this the lobby chat or is this something you're doing different?
This is lobby.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure what link it was.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go. We are live, apparently.
Yep.
Oh. How's it been? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Not bad. Hopefully, be getting my new upper here in a couple days. Kind of stoked about that.
That's good. That's good. It's always fun. Yeah. Hopefully, some other guys jump in from the other chat.
Yeah, they're probably finishing up their rambling.
Yeah.
Yeah, since
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say since I'm on vacation, I figured I'd help G-Webs and them out, run some lobbies at night.
Oh man, I'm just glad I don't have to do after chats anymore. Got tired of doing those after a while. It's too late. And we had fun.
Yeah, we was up till I think for Eastern it'd be almost 8 o'clock in the morning this
Yeah,
morning. So.
I never ran one that late, but I had been in one that went to about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I was like, I can't do this.
It got pretty interesting there at the.
Oh yeah, after everybody's already in and out of consciousness because they're falling asleep, it gets real interesting. Let's see who's online. Got a lot of guys online. I don't see why they're not jumping in.
Yeah,
A lot of interesting guys online. Let's see.
reposted.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully they jump in. I want to see. I know he's not on anymore. No, if nobody else jumps in, it'll be a very short lobby chat.
Nah, I'll just leave it run. Yeah, we had quite a few international viewers last night. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Last night I went to bed. I didn't have a link to get in, and I don't really feel like setting everything. So I had everything in a mess. I just said no. Where were they from? Do you know the international ones?
Well, they weren't in the chat, but they were watching.
Oh, okay. I thought they were in.
Yeah, there was England, Australia. I'm trying to think. There was.
I know we have a guy from Finland. I think that comes in every now and then.
Yeah, Micah
Yeah, Micah.
had somebody watching from the Philippines and all over the place.
At least we're interesting to them.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know we still got what we like shooting going on right now. So.
Yeah, but who went in? Let's see who's in that one. I've never done it. We like shooting.
But they usually have their own.
Yeah,
There's like,
they normally.
yeah. But they do have good topics. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, DF2 asked or said, "Wonder what people from non-gun countries think." I was like, probably saying, thinking, "Don't let them take your guns."
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if they enjoy watching it, that's fine, but I don't know necessarily. I doubt they'll ever actually get on here with us 'cause they're probably scared of their government.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I know I would like to have gotten that one from Australia on here.
I I could be wrong, but I thought we had a guy from Australia once on.
Oh,
I could
really?
be completely. I think I could be completely wrong. I mean, I've been doing these since October, so I can't. People come and go all the time.
Yeah, let him tell his side of the story from where they took all their guns.
And we've had guys from Texas. They're real interesting guys, and they'll be on once, and then you'll never hear from them again, or be 2 3 months. So I mean, I can't keep track unless you're a regular. I really don't keep track of who you are.
Right.
Too many names.
Now the We Like Shooting podcast. What are they, like 1 hour? Also,
Yeah, give or take.
I know they're structured, so
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of them. I'm between doing these and then everything else, work and whatnot. I don't have a lot of time to watch everybody's podcast, but yeah, they're doing about an hour, give or take.
isn't it you that's was looking at the lead, the meltdown?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, I wasn't looking at a lead meltdown. No,
Well, I mean, looking for lead to meltdown. You're not the one casting.
no, no. I'm
Okay.
not casting anything. I was looking into getting reloading a couple weeks ago, but that's about it.
Okay. It must be ballistic expansion. He must be the one reloading.
I know Ballistic does. I know Scotty does, and that's really about it. But I don't know which one would have been looking for that.
I think it might have been ballistic.
I don't know. Next time I see him, I'll ask him. He's normally on, give or take.
Can everyone see?
See, I've never been shorted in my ammo. Then again, I've never really counted it, but I mean, the boxes normally weigh about the same, so I'm guessing it's accurate. I buy 100 rounds at a time, so I don't have. I'm not going to count each box.
Right.
It takes me longer to count it all up if I decide to count it than it does to shoot it.
Oh, did you finally read the chat?
Yeah, I'm reading everything. I'm switching back and forth between ours and theirs. I was laughing about them telling me to go get the thing, but now I read the chat.
Yeah, we like shooting. It must be a pretty good one. So.
Yeah, it must be. I'm listening to it.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now, is it coming through your speakers or
No,
your microphone or headphones? I mean.
yeah, it's going through my headphones. Like when you talk, it goes to my headphones when their thing is going through my headphones. That way I
Oh,
can
cool.
talk and not have to mute.
Okay, I didn't know if maybe I didn't know if you guys heard their chat while I was watching it and everything. So.
Yeah, no. I'm listening to it live while we're talking. Because I don't
Okay.
need to listen to our chat because I'm in it. Hey, Sandy's in here.
Hey,
Oh,
what's
is
up?
it?
How you doing with his
No,
little
just
fancy
jumped in. I
guns?
had to work the whole all through the chat. I just got done a few minutes ago.
Does the government know you have these fancy green guns from space?
Just trying to keep it different. Not weird, just different. So
Yeah,
what's going
I kind
on,
of like
Mr.
it.
TBL? Haven't heard from you in a long time.
Not much. Been doing a lot of stuff around the house, redoing my office upstairs and getting things in order there. So I haven't been on much.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of chores.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that graphic here. It's like a zombie Pink Panther.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty trick. Did you draw that yourself, or
No, I found it online.
right on? That's all right.
It wouldn't let me get the entire thing. There's supposed to be like a nail on his back leg there. That's why it's dragging the skin on
Oh,
his back leg. It's caught on a nail.
nothing like a little good old internet piracy.
Yeah.
It's not like I made my image either, so whatever. That's a Colt Python, man. My dream gun.
Nice.
Is that your gun or is that just the app
No,
thing?
it's a Colt Python. I'm not even close to finding that one. Like a 6-inch blued, but good luck finding one in decent condition. It'd start around $3,000, I guess.
I've never seen the appeal of them. I guess maybe because I'm younger.
Are you kidding me? That's the most beautiful gun ever made.
I mean, I get it, but I mean, I couldn't see paying $3,000 for it. It just, to me, it doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I mean, that's
I mean,
Teach
I
their
know
own
it's a
kinda
great
thing.
gun, but I just why am I going to pay $3,000 for something that I wasn't even around for its I don't know the proper word to use, but for its time. I just
Well, I mean, people buy collector's items all the time, not necessarily just guns.
Right.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I
They'll
mean,
go
I
out buy
found one.
brand new, go out and buy brand new cars, put them in the garage, and never
Yeah,
drive them.
drive them, or just drive them on Sunday.
Yep.
You know, one of these days, the right deal will come along.
I mean, if I found
gotta
a
be.
good, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's got to be 6 inch long barrel and blued. So, if that happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, well, you know what? That's okay too.
No, like if I found
Y-
one that was a good price, decent condition, then okay, I'd pick it up. But like, it's not something I desperately want or that I'm like looking for.
Right, exactly. It's just one of those things. It's either destined to happen or it's not. And if it does, great. And if it doesn't, that's okay. Hey, you know what? You got to set your sights on something.
Exactly.
In life, it gives you a reason to get up in the morning when the alarm clock goes off. Well, I guess paying your mortgage is a good reason too.
Yeah, that is true.
Uh, I should be putting together a video right now. I got some pretty cool footage I got on my phone from work today. I'll do that a little later. I was working up at one of the at the university here in town, and this gal had a really nice office with all these bookshelves all built in, and except for just a couple of cubbies, there was no books on them. There were just a bunch of old phones, and I
Cell
thought it was
phones
pretty
or
cool. No, 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 no,
like
old phones,
Yeah.
like old Oriental ones, old phones from like the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Cool
Cool.
old stuff. Yeah.
I've got one of the wall hanging phones that had the little dial on the side that you cranked.
Right. Yeah.
I've got one of
Has a
those.
magneto in it. Those things will light you up too. I'm telling you what, they will. You grab the wires and give that handle a crank.
Yeah, it used to be my great aunt's, I believe, and I ended up with it.
Does it work?
It probably does if you hooked it up.
Yeah. You know, something like that. A couple of phones like that. Make a great field set. You know,
Right.
bury a wire and the crank is just for signaling the other end. You know.
Right. Checking on my Facebook sites for a Python.
Every
Some
now and
guy's
then I
selling
go out.
holsters.
Every now and then I go out and look. You see them for sale every now and then. It's one of those deals that, you know, somebody you know has one maybe, or they know somebody who has one, and most everybody that has them isn't putting them up for sale.
Right.
So that's why they're so expensive. Because there's lots of guys like me that want them and can't find them.
Right.
So how's the police
Ooh.
thing going?
Yep. Here you go. 6-inch Colt Python has original matching box paperwork. Is a 77 manufacturer and has been fired but very little. Asking 2,600 or best offer.
That's probably not bad.
Yep.
Where's the link?
Well, it's on the Facebook page. It's a closed. It's a closed site. Let me.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's all good.
I can do a screen share.
Oh, there you go.
There, can you see it?
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, now we can.
Nope. Okay. I'll go ahead and.
Oh, right on. You're gonna slowly scroll through the photos there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Original box.
Nice box.
Or the tape.
Yeah. I don't think they expected those guns to be worth as much. Oh, look at that! It's in great shape. Can you
Yeah.
zoom in on that at all?
No, I can't. I wish I could.
Is it in a browser? It's just a web browser, right? Yeah. Hold down Control and hit your plus key a couple of times.
Okay.
I think I'm in that group. I don't know why, because I don't live anywhere near Ohio.
Oh, it's making everything but the picture bigger. Oh, there it goes. Now you can scroll up. Nice. Wow, that looks in great shape. See, look at that gun. I mean, is that not beautiful or what?
The bluing on it is, I tell you.
Just the shape of it, you know. Just the profile of it is just awesome.
What one is that?
That's a Colt Python 6-inch
Oh,
hey.
blue.
Python. Hey guys.
Hey, Court.
Yeah, it's beautiful bluing. I just got in here, so I wasn't sure.
Well, that was one of their claims to fame. I mean, that Colt in general really has the bluing process down.
All right.
Yeah, if you want to see beautiful too, the 15 models of the Dan Wesson, absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
They get like this kind of bluish, purplish hue.
See, there you go. Now you got it. Control plus, control minus, zoom in, zoom out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. What is the rest of it? Yeah.
Not earlier, but I saw somebody in my neighborhood was giving away three televisions. They put them at the curb for garbage pickup, and I guess the garbage man didn't pick them up, which I guess is
Not the
normal.
screws.
Well,
That screw looks like it's in gorgeous shape.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, yeah, they're not. You know, it looks like it's been pretty well taken care of.
Oh,
It's a
definitely well
scratch.
taken care of.
It's got scratches in it for the.
Is that-
Is that scratches
cylinder
or just
really-
light?
No,
Well,
that's a
scratches.
scratch.
That scratch you got there, I mean, I don't even...
Well, because you put your finger in that recess there and you pull back instead of pushing forward like you do on a Smith &
Yeah,
Wesson.
but what would he have had on his finger to cause a scratch like that in the
I
metal?
don't know. It's the
Or is it the
it's the
finish?
cylinder
Ring?
release. It's the cylinder release when you pull it back. But I don't think I've ever seen one scratched like that bad.
no, it could be the ring finger or ring. on
No
the
way.
finger.
It's too straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be
I was
that.
actually looking at what's below it too, where this is now. I didn't even notice that
It's-
one at first. I was looking at what was below it.
Oh, right
It's
there?
Right.
Yeah.
That's pretty straight too.
Yep.
Well, that and the right around underneath it too.
It tells me it's been handled a lot. If it hasn't been fired a lot, it's been handled a lot.
Right.
I figure out why
Not
those
too
are two
bad.
straight scratches. Unless it was something, the holster that it was in for some odd reason.
No, when you pull back on that, it's riding against
okay.
the
that whole
frame
that
of the gun.
whole
Yeah, that
yeah,
whole piece.
the whole piece slides. Okay, I got it.
Oh,
yeah,
so
you
this
pull
whole
back
thing
on
does?
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you pull
that
back on it.
whole
That's why it
thing.
has that recess in it there. You put your finger in there and pull back on it, and that
I didn't
releases.
realize
Basically, everything on a Colt is the opposite of a Smith & Wesson.
the round keeper. That's
Yes.
what I like. The round keeper that keeps the rounds from falling out, and from the crane from falling, or the cylinder from falling out when you open it. So that slides all the way back. That's cool. I never saw it before. I never noticed it before. To say.
Yes, I think Smith had the patent on theirs pushed forward originally, and then I guess Colt did it the opposite way. I may be wrong about that, but that's what I've heard. What other photos does he have?
Oh, yeah. Let me zoom in on this.
Oh, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Where is everybody?
Probably watching the We Like
there's a lot of
Shooting.
people that we like shooting.
Yeah, that's definitely a scratch.
Oh yeah, and there's a blemish there by the front, the trigger guard, the front of the trigger guard.
Oh, right
Oh,
there.
that's what it was. I thought those were scratches. That's actually a Colt.
Right
Never
there,
mind.
yeah.
Yep.
As a, I don't know what that is. If there's one on the barrel or not, too, right in front of the ejector rod. That could just be a cat hair or something. Yeah, right there.
Or light.
Yeah, or light. Hard to say. Sure are pretty guns, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
for the amount. Oh, how old is this one? Do you know?
77, I
shoot.
think he said, didn't he?
77, and that little bit of wear. That's not bad at all.
I don't know. When I zoomed out, that kind of does look like a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's a scratch. It doesn't look like it's a lighting to me. If that was lighting, it would be either along that whole curvature or it would drop off on each side.
All right.
And it doesn't do either. It's just too straight.
Well, I mean, you can probably have those scratches repaired, but I'm pretty sure that would be a fairly expensive process.
Yeah, to have a
course,
Colt
it's a-
blue.
Of course, it's a fairly expensive gun, so.
Yeah.
I definitely would not do that. I'd have it just as is.
Yeah, I think so.
Normally, if you do any kind of restoration, that's where you lose value.
Right.
26.
Or at least have the, if possible, have that cylinder lock or whatever it's, cylinder release, have that repaired so it doesn't scratch anymore.
Right.
If it's through the bluing, then it's doing all the damage it's gonna do. Well, you thinking about getting it?
Oh no.
No. No, I brought it up, and
oh, you
I brought it up,
okay.
and he had mentioned that he'd found that on Facebook and decided to show everybody.
Yeah, it's back in November. I was gonna say it's 1600. That's 4
Say
inch.
that
though,
again?
I think.
Yeah, 4-inch, yeah. And they're okay. I'm partial to that 6-inch with the rib barrel.
Right. Yeah, that's it. Oh well.
Yeah, you see them every now and then on Gunbroker and sites like that. So what else is shaking?
Way out of my price point. Price range. By about $2,500 right now, but
Yeah, no kidding, right?
well,
Yeah, can't spend Amazon cash on that.
no, you cannot. Yeah, but as I was saying earlier, I picked up 3 tube televisions and literally had to drive half a mile to get them. So everybody
Listen.
shoots tube televisions. I'm going to do the exact opposite.
You're gonna
Don't get
smash it
yourself
with
cut
your
with that
hammer.
glass.
Yep.
You're gonna
Well,
smash it
first-
with your hammer.
Yep.
That would be pretty good. Make sure you're wearing safety goggles.
Yeah, you don't want none of that, and don't breathe
Oh.
all that crap either.
Actually,
some
it's a
gloves.
vacuum.
No. There's lead in that there glass. Trust me.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I know there's lead. I'll be doing it outside, so I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, and those things tend to fly apart pretty good. So
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, I know. I've shot them before. I got, it's amazing thing. It doesn't take more than a couple rounds of 22 to actually go through a big tube television.
Oh,
First
no.
one cracks it, the second one punches through. I did it
I
on
don't
a
like cleaning up the
19-inch
mess
monitor.
that
Oh,
makes, so I don't
Yeah,
do
that
that.
would make just too big of a
Well,
mess.
I've got a large tarp that I'm gonna throw on the ground first, so I'll be cleaning
There
up some
you go.
things.
That's cool.
Yeah, I already have it all planned out. What's ever left, I'll recycle. Because I know they're not working. They were outside in the rain all day anyway, so. Nothing left to do with them but recycle them.
Now we just have to wait about 9 to 10 months before we actually see the video. But
Sometime
right,
in January.
It'll be 3 feet of snow right at his house, and you'll see like flowers and stuff in the background.
Yeah. It'll be cool.
exactly.
I
Takes
was
him a while to get those.
Yeah.
Takes him a while to get those videos off of his potato.
Here's the thing, though. Somebody actually asked me, "Do you still have snow in Green Bay?" This was just a couple weeks ago. You still have snow where you live in Wisconsin? I'm like, no.
Yeah, I made sure I went through all the gun pages that I'm joined in and posted G-Webs' Kickstarter on there.
Now everybody get his name down so we can all figure out.
Oh
who's-
yeah, I wanted to look at that. So what is it? Projects, gun websites, Kalashnikov identification playing cards. Okay, right on. Yeah, I was hoping he would have put a link in yesterday, but he didn't.
Oh, it didn't?
No,
I
he
think
didn't. I just
Oh,
wasn't sure how to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've been tying monkey fists all evening. Trying to get my paracord.
You've been
Go to
tying what?
Kickstarter.
Monkey fists.
Oh, I heard I've been tying monkeys. I was like, that doesn't sound right to me. I don't know what sick game you're playing at your house, Gordon. but I'm
You
not.
want to know something? They're a lot harder to do than they look.
I bet.
Search projects.
Yeah, I've got one that's just a 1-inch steel ball.
Oh, there's a link in the side there, Sandy.
One that's a
I'm just
golf
looking
ball.
for my own info if I could have found it this way or not. I was going to try this last night. Nope, that wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll take the link instead.
One golf ball, one lead weight. It comes in just under 4 ounces. That I had to hammer kind of cylinderish. So it looks funny. And then one brass die. So those will be videos as well. See what works best in a watermelon. It's getting watermelon season.
Ah, cool.
Because the one that I bought that was advertised having a 1-inch steel core has a 1/2-inch steel core. But again, I only paid $5 for it, and it was actually to get free shipping. So sorry to bore you guys.
Oh, you're not. I was wondering.
I've got. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was wondering with those steel balls that you bought, with them being real slick and everything, if you was gonna be able to get that paracord around them.
Yeah, there's a technique to do it. Sorry, it's way too humid in my house. So I've got to throw a shirt on. Yeah, I know it sounds weird, but I'm sticking to my chair.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely a technique to it, and it does take a lot of practice, and it takes a few more passes tightening. You can't tighten as hard, or tighten as harshly as you would with you're just doing it around something like a dice or just plain. And the very first one I made ended up being a cat toy. So I really screwed that one up. Now my cats have a monkey fist toy, kind of. It's horrible looking, and there's nothing in the side of it, so it's just cord, but they love it. It's a lot of fun. There are a lot more techniques. I'm only doing solid colors right now. I'm going to try
Multi.
in the next few days. I've got, Give me a second here. And pardon the shirt I'm wearing. It is the first one I grabbed.
Have any of you shot the new SIG P320 striker fired one?
Not striker fired. I can't shoot, so.
That would be a
I'm
no.
looking at this one here, and I kind of like that slide with that grip frame.
Come on, stupid thing. There we go.
686.
Nice.
Yeah,
Wearing
it'd be
very
like a,
old Foley shirt.
A -5, I would say. Maybe a
I'm
4.
not sure.
Can't really tell. It's probably a 5. I know it's not a 6 because I have one. It doesn't look anything like that. I like those. I'm sort of halfway mulling one of these days picking up a GP100 just for, a sidearm out in the field.
Right.
So if I drop it in the mud or whatever, it doesn't matter, because they're built like tanks, and I still haven't gotten around to picking one up. They're not too expensive, and they're really good guns. So.
All right, this is supposedly the one that's a 1-inch steel core.
Ah, cool.
Look at the difference in sizes.
Oh, crap.
This is actually a 1-inch. This is a 1/2 inch. This is the one I bought, but there we go. Green Bay Packer colors. Green and gold. And I got black.
Yeah, just the thing to take to a Green Bay Raiders game, right?
Yeah. Then I can't remember what this is called, but it's orangey. I think it's nuclear.
Yeah, you can actually see the steel ball in there.
Actually, this is a brass die.
Oh, brass
So-
die? Okay.
Yep. I had 2. I didn't need it. And then Gecko.
You gonna be selling those, Court?
Why? This one has a lead weight in it, so that's why the 2 look kind of weird. So I might. Why?
I'm just wondering.
These are just noose tied. Why, you want one?
I have one. Let me see where it's at. It's over there. Let me get it real quick.
Then where's the other one? How could I lose one? I had 'em
Well,
on
hey
my
guys,
lap.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump out. I'm gonna put that video together, I guess, and whatnot. So y'all have a good one, all right?
Okay, man. We'll still be here, so.
Yeah, I'll monitor in the background.
Okay,
I
man.
just don't multitask real well when I'm doing that sort of thing.
Ditto.
Have a
It's
good
driving me
one.
crazy. What did I just do with it? Let me mute while I look.
I have this one here, Court. With I don't even know what's in here, but just
That looks like the one I have. It's a little 1/2 inch ball inside.
I don't know. It's kind of. Yeah.
Kinda long.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm always carrying it in my pocket. I mean, I'd like something a little bit shorter. I don't know.
For $100, I'll make you a nice short one.
Oh, thanks.
And for the price of the Colt Python, I'll actually make you 2. This is what's driving me crazy. How could I lose one? And it's a
Maybe
freaking golf ball.
Probably a cat got it.
No, look, I just had it in my hand. I had it in my hand like 30 seconds ago. Now I can't find it. Where did it go? And my cats are asleep. I need to turn the air conditioning to get the humidity out of this room. Oof. Alright, give me a second to see if I can find it.
Okay.
All right. I'm guessing after the not American warning, we like shooting is done, they'll probably end up jumping in here. We got everybody that's watching. What do I have?
Does anybody have Mike blocked?
Mike who?
I don't know. It just says Mike.
That'd be me. That's why I'm joining with my alternate account tonight.
No.
Probably Google.
I don't have anybody blocked.
Yeah, I don't even know how to block anybody. So
I know I don't have you blocked.
I know.
All right.
That's why I just said it's probably Google.
Yep, it has to be Google.
Yeah, Google likes to screw around.
So we got this. This is a golf ball. So you get an idea of size comparison.
wow.
1 inch golf ball. I said I was going to see how these work on a watermelon, or I do have drywall out in the garage. But no, I'm talking about a sheet of drywall, not my drywall walls. I'm not that crazy.
I gotta go rip out drywall wall tomorrow. Because we closed in the garage at my old house without a permit, so the insurance company wants it down before we can sell it.
Ah, gee.
You know what you're going to do? Take that monkey fist you have that you carry with you and see how well it works against drywall.
Actually, I think I'm going to do that now. Thanks for suggesting that.
You're welcome.
Maybe I'll do a little video on that if I get a chance. I don't know. Can I do videos from my phone?
Yeah.
Yes, you can take. Yeah, you can do. I think they call it live upload too. You can actually do a live upload.
No, but I mean, like if I take
No,
video
as you
using my
film,
phone.
it actually, yeah, it uploads from your phone.
Okay, so I can just
it uploads as you
regular
film from your phone.
video. So I can do a regular video on my phone and then upload it.
Yep.
You can do a regular video on your phone or upload, and I think through the YouTube app, it allows you to actually upload while you're filming. If I remember correctly.
Let me see the YouTube app. I don't know if I have that.
Is it an Android phone?
Yeah.
Most likely comes with YouTube since it's Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's installed. Let's see what happens when I click on it.
Yeah. Just a simple, I mean, this is the thing. I needed this much extra paracord just to tie this.
Wow.
Exactly. But just a noose. Since I don't know how to do any other paracord tying tricks yet, I just know the noose. The noose and the monkey fist. I gotta learn how to do the braids next. I only got 400 feet.
Does anybody know?
Oops, sorry. And I finally gave up. I was going to tie this. Oops.
Oh crap.
Whoa.
6 ounces, but I gave up and just did this. I don't know. I tried like 5 or 6 different ways to get this wrapped up, and it's just not happening. So close enough.
Do you know where I go to upload a video? I don't know where to.
Are you signed into your?
Yeah, on my phone.
I mean, are you signed into your YouTube app?
Yeah, on my phone I am.
I'm not sure. I don't use it, so I only got 3G. So me uploading a video would take forever.
Let me see here.
And I actually needed 18 feet to try to do this. 18 feet of paracord. So got a bunch left here that I got to trim off and figure out what I'm going to do with. Or for me, we're going to try tying this again, but
5-minute video of Cork messing with this thing there now for a second. And I'm going to upload it real quick to see if I can figure it out.
oh damn.
As long as you don't mind, Cork.
No, I look silly all the time.
Here, let me see if I can. Let me see here.
And these are quite long. I plan to actually shrink these down.
I wish I would have just recorded you saying that.
Shoot. Where's this? That's all backwards. Oh well.
No, I see it the right way, though.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Right up here in top.
Okay, you click that little arrow.
Yeah, if you touch it, a little side thing will come out,
All right.
and then there should be one that says uploads.
All right, got that.
And if you click on it, it'll have all the videos that you upload. And I think this one right up here on top with the up arrow, I think that's what you hit. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
And it'll show like recent videos and downloads. But I think if you hit your video, yep, you can upload from your camera, your external SD card. And there's a folder there for your YouTube videos.
Cool.
So if you take a video on your just with your camera, you can sit there and upload it right to YouTube.
All right, let's see here.
I'm sure there's a more simple way to do it, but
Well, I'm doing one. Let's see. Description, test, video.
I know this isn't close to what what you just did, but can you like run that paracord around, you know, just continually loop it around through there, Quark?
That one piece of metal that I had?
Yeah.
No, because it's only a small hole in the center.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, if it was like a roll of tape, it'd be easier.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, got 24 more of these. Because it was actually under $1 to get 15 more than to buy 10. Under $1 difference. So who doesn't get 25 instead of 10?
Yep.
Yeah, I only got
Right.
four colors of paracord, so I'm going to have to think about what other colors I'm going to want. Thankfully, I can use black with any of these colors, and it works fine.
Do either one of you watch the main prepper, or am I the only one that watches him?
I've seen a couple of his videos, and he looks a little bit too radical. I mean,
no, he's funny, and I enjoy his videos.
I've
Looks,
watched a couple. He's okay. He's just not my cup of tea.
he gives me the tinfoil hat, UN gun ban
No, he's not like that.
vibe. Well, that's how he comes off in his videos.
Depends which one you watch.
Well, I watched one of his videos and got a bad vibe off of it, and I don't watch him, so maybe he should change how he does his videos, maybe a little more be consistent with them.
Here's the video I uploaded from my phone in case you want to see it, Quark.
Oh, God.
It's unlisted. I'm the only one that can see it. So now that I know how to do that, maybe I'll do a video tomorrow while I am destroying that wall.
That was funny.
What would have been great is if your cat jumped up to the video.
My
You know
cat is. I keep scaring him with this because this is the one I made as a.
Maybe I'll make that video public.
Asked for the cat toy. Because the monkey fist was originally designed just as a way to be able to throw your shot, in other words, length of rope, from a boat to the dock. There was nothing in the center. It was just.
Can I change the name of it or no?
Yeah, you should be able to.
All right.
Yeah.
I have. Okay, here we go. I got it now. I need a good name for it. Let's see.
Quark makes a fool of himself yet again.
Monkey Fist. How about that?
Quark tying monkeys.
Yeah, this is the one that really interests me.
That's actually. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, I want to see how well lead's gonna do without deforming. This was a fishing sinker, you know, a teardrop-shaped fishing sinker that I just whaled on to get into a kind of a cylinder shape.
That was a big sinker.
Almost 4 ounces of lead.
Damn.
I have no other use for it. I didn't need it as a sinker. Since I don't fish. So what color do you like thin blue wine?
I'm not really particular about color. I mean, as long as it's not like hot pink. I like the green.
What's wrong with
Green,
pink?
this one?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with pink. I mean, I would
I'm trying
carry like
to.
something bright.
You like this one, huh?
Yeah,
So you like Green Bay Packers? Good to know.
I just like football, to be honest with you.
We like the green and black, kind of the zombie-ish color. Green, black, and yellow. This is my favorite one. No, I'm a Packer
why-
fan.
It's
This one
trying
should
to
be
ask me if I want to tag it as monkeys, because I use cork tying monkeys as my title for it, and it's asking if I want to tag it as monkey animal. No. Let's see, it's public now, so let's see.
Now, if anybody gets a shot at some free billiard balls, in other words,
Ooh.
I would love having a shot at tying one of those.
How does it have 6 views when there's only 4 of us in here that had the link?
Because I watched it twice.
So did I.
No. Oh, okay, I was going to say, how?
No, I only watched it once, but that's how it happens. If you watch it twice, it counts as views.
Oh, okay. It's now uploaded to my page publicly.
See, you did it from your phone.
Yeah,
So
I did.
who here saw Epic Rap Battles of History's newest video? So I think this is going to be a little too old for Thin Blue to get.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Sir Isaac Newton versus Bill Nye, the science guy.
No. Yeah, I was in the other chat when you showed it.
Yeah. I think that's hilarious. I've watched it like 20 times now. I just keep laughing and laughing. There's always something. I notice something every time I freaking watch it. That's what's so funny. I mean, those guys are a freaking genius.
He always has been like that, I mean, way back in his Dr. Demento days.
Oh, Weird. Yeah, this isn't part of Weird Al. I'm talking about the guys that do Epic Rap Battles of History.
Oh. But wasn't that Weird Al doing?
Yeah, he played Sir Isaac Newton.
Okay.
I have no, never mind. No, I have 2 or 3 chats that are listed as private and not public. I don't know why it's automatically doing that to me.
It's in your settings.
Well, let me see if I can figure that out, because it's kind of getting annoying. Video manager.
Are they chats that you hosted?
Yeah, they're chats that I hosted like on Sunday nights and stuff. They'll go to my thing, but they'll be unlisted.
Yeah, when you first open the chat, it'll ask if you want to go to what, everybody, or how'd that say that? Public.
Alright, let me take a look, see if I can find it. Video Manager. I think it's in the Video Manager section. Live events. I don't know if it's impression for this page. That's right. No, this might have to go to the other one, see if it's in there.
Let's see. No, I don't have a subscription. Wow, Cork, you remember how I've been having trouble doing all my live stuff? The live chats?
Yeah.
Because I didn't have on my YouTube, I didn't have it enabled to do live chats. So I just did that now. That's why I've been having all that trouble getting them up. And that's why everybody gets like 45 different things for them.
Ah.
It might have kicked it
Yeah,
out.
go to...
Update.
Did you find it in channel settings? Upload defaults.
Channel settings.
Upload defaults. Privacy public. Private unlisted.
Yeah, mine thing where it says privacy, I just have it listed as public. I don't know. I'll just have to, after each one, I'll have to do it and see.
Maybe it's in advance.
Antonio said you may have only did the live hangouts to your circles.
But that would affect my YouTube.
Well, I mean, any video that you have on your YouTube channel is open to the public, but like when you create the hangout, if you don't have it set to public and your circles, maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, no, because I always have it just public. I never like limited it to anybody.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I don't know. All my chats now are public except for one, but it won't let me change it. It's doing that thing where it won't let me click on the thing. Cork knows what I'm saying. Won't let me change the setting. But either way.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know exactly why it's doing that.
I don't know. I just uploaded 2 chats from a while ago, and
Ah, that's how it works. I've been playing around with this draw thing, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I saw you at it.
so what does it do?
You have to show your face, and then you can draw, I guess.
Oh, you should do it. I could do another phone upload video.
Yeah, you should have your video camera on, though. Cool. That's it's cool to know that you can do that. That's awesome.
Now, during random chats, Cord will just start drawing on his face.
No, you can only draw on other people's face. You can't draw on your own, I don't think.
Oh, then I'm definitely not turning my cam on.
I don't think people in the external can see it, though.
Oh, well, that's no fun.
Exactly. Some cats just want to see the world burn. I mean, it's cats after all. Of course they want to see the world burn.
Look at the attached GIF.
Yeah, actually I have to hold by it to... Oh my god!
I have a hard time believing that one cat did that.
You want to know why it's very easy to believe one cat did that?
It's a cat.
Exactly, and those are not... They're not designed to hold weight inside.
Yeah, but a cat's, what, 10 pounds?
They're not made to hold any weight at all, so
Yeah.
10 pounds is...
They
Yeah.
can hold them. A drop ceiling can hold itself up. It can hold 10 pounds.
Maybe.
That's 2.5 pounds per paw. Anyway,
Well, who knows? Maybe the cat was somewhere else and jumped. Who knows?
perhaps.
Maybe it felt, you know, if that's a, you know, You know, and he just caught it just right at one of these structure pieces, and it was just a a fatigue piece or a weak piece, or never
Mm-hmm.
properly installed. There's lots of
And
ways.
it all came tumbling down.
Yes, that's hilarious. And the cat landed on its feet.
And ran the heck out of there.
Once it realized it knew which way to go, yeah. But yes, I believe that happens. You know, I was moving the my computer chair. Sometimes I use my computer chair when I'm going to sit there and type a lot
Mm-hmm.
instead of the recliner that you guys see me in every night. So I just move the chairs around. So that's what I was doing today. Put the computer chair up on top of the bed because that's the only place I can put it. But it's light enough to be able to put up there. One of the cats jumped up on the seat, which is fine. It'll balance that. And then two others tried to jump up on the back at the same time. Talk about the chair falls over. The cat that was sitting there gets all scared. The two that were trying to jump up there, one of them got trapped underneath there for a second and then squirmed out. It was hysterical.
Oh, you missed like this morning when G-Webs was in the chat. He just almost like he had a Tourette's outburst, started cussing at somebody, and we all kind of like hushed up, and I guess his cat was like standing on like a can or something, trying to get all four paws up onto something, and fell off of a counter and everything. I mean, it was a big commotion in the back.
Oh,
yeah,
been there.
He could barely get all four paws on this thing and went for a tumble.
Oh, so, my cats do that all the time. I mean, it's amazing what they try to get into.
Yeah.
Like I have my window, which is, it slides up and down type window. I had it open maybe 2 inches. And I had a cat this happened to be Marlo, the oldest one. Front paws were dug into a ledge, and he was trying to climb up the wall and squeeze into this little tiny opening in the window. I thought he was going to break his freaking neck.
Yep.
But, it makes all this noise, and it's hilarious as hell. But, I was worried about after I closed the window and got him out of there. They started laughing. Cats will do some amazing things.
Yep.
I think they're a lot smaller than they really are. I've actually had the one that passed away a couple years ago. When he was a kitten, he got into a freaking hamster ball. A hamster ball when he was a kitten. I mean, he barely fit. His fur was sticking out the little breeze slots, and his head was right there at the opening, but he managed to freaking do it. I don't know how he did it, and I did manage to get it. I actually have a real picture, because this happened, back in it would have been 95. I mean, I've seen dogs try to get their head in sneakers. But that's for a completely different reason. And if you ever want to entertain a cat, I'm going to tell you this right now. Get a box one size too small for them to fit in. They will spend hours trying to fit in that box. And then finally get to the point where they're just settled down, where, okay, Even though he's hanging half over the edge and it can't be very comfortable, but he's in there. How was Match
Yeah,
Chat?
I don't know. I didn't get in here until 11:30, so.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to see it. Actually, I forgot it was on, and then when I turned on the computer, I saw the ad on Craigslist and knew right where it was, and I had to go and get those. If I would have waited around until the morning, they would have been gone, so. And I've already done my office space remake with the printer. I shouldn't have, but I did it anyway. Just because I couldn't wait any longer. The printer was tormenting me every time I went out in the garage and saw it. This thing smashed me.
Did you use your hammer?
Yes.
Okay.
They used a baseball bat? Come on. I did not go as far as I can't remember his name and use my fists on it, but...
I saw the ending part of Match Chat, and it was all right. I mean, it wasn't. I wasn't really interested in it because it wasn't something I wanted to listen to, but it was all right.
Yeah. By the way, I watched Combat Rescue. It's 6 episodes. It's not bad if anybody wants to watch it. It's not great, but it's not bad.
What was it?
It's called Inside Combat Rescue. It's on Netflix. It's about parajumpers, excuse me, the elite parajumpers for the Air Force rescuing service members. They call it behind enemy lines, but that's all of Afghanistan, so...
Right.
You know, no combat or anything like that you get to see, but it's actually... All the stuff at the base is filmed by, you know, an actual cameraman, but when they go out in the field, they're basically wearing, like, GoPros.
Right.
So it's all their perspective. Yeah, come on, somebody else join us in here. I'm trying to think about stuff to talk about without boring everybody out there. You post a link in We Like Shooting?
No, I didn't. Did it end?
No,
I
it's
don't
still
know.
going. It's still going. I'm listening to it. They were just talking about like the 74 school shootings, how that number wasn't accurate, and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, well, you can also, because maybe somebody wants to talk that's in there, and or maybe getting bored of that.
But
so.
I mean, no one's even talking in their chat. The last thing was like 20 minutes ago. No, now someone just posted. I'm looking at this thing with the Washington Redskins, how the trademark people are removing their name.
Oh, actually, it's not removing their name. They removed the trademark on their logo.
Whatever it is. They're saying now that we need to rename Oklahoma because in some Indian tribe it means red people.
I'm going to say this. They have the right to be upset. I can understand why they can be upset. But this is, kind of a... You know, the name is offensive, but I don't think the image is overly offensive. It's not like the Cleveland Indians.
But I don't even get how it's offensive. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's 'cause
Redskins?
but it's been the team name since when? And nobody has complained until now.
No, they've been complaining for decades.
I've only heard about it recently. I mean, I personally don't care. I mean, it's a football team. You know, I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody. I'm not trying to upset anybody. But I mean, there's a lot of things in this world that just aren't going to go your way, and they're going to offend you. Sometimes you just got to pick your battles.
Yeah, well, the high school I went to, their name was the Red Raiders. That was their nickname, Red Raiders. Think about it.
No, but I don't. I think people are way too sensitive about things.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
It's too politically correct. I can understand why people would be upset at it. But if they've got the right to use that name, and if you don't like it, don't patronize them.
exactly.
No, I'm fine with that. That I'm 100% fine with.
I'm fine.
And I can understand why, if you've seen the Cleveland Indians mascot, their logo, that is very offensive. It's basically like, a white man going around in blackface.
Yeah, the name Redskins is offensive. It's offensive. I'm sorry. It's like having if you had I don't know, the Houston Porch Monkeys or something. I'm sorry, but Redskins is offensive.
I
It's
don't think the
always been
logo
offensive.
is. Yeah, the logo I don't see as
The
offensive.
logo's fine. I was in Second ID in U.S. Army, and that's it. If you ever seen Second ID patch, it's a large shield with a Indian's head in the logo. It's a homage to the Indian. It's basically there's a lot of a Native American homage in the U.S. Army. That's one thing. The logo is just a Native American, a Brave's head. That's fine. But
Actually,
the
a
name,
Chiefs head.
yeah,
No,
Chief's
it's-
head. But the name is derived from a derogative term that was used to describe a group of people. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's offensive. It needs to go away. It should have gone away a long time ago. And just like the Cleveland Indians and their cheese dick like 1940s Bugs Bunny cartoon Indian logo, that needs to go away too. It's fucking
The logo needs to go away, not the name.
I could care like the name, whatever. The name is what it is, but
See, these
logo's
things just don't
terrible.
offend me. I don't know. Maybe I don't care. But I mean,
Because you're Cuban Italian, that's why.
Yeah, I have a large portion of like my family is Native American basically, and I think it's offensive. Like, and I'm not offended. Like I was in a unit that was, or I was in Second ID. It was the Indian Head Brigade, and they called it that because the patch has a Brave's head on it. And my unit was first the 506, which is known as it's the Currahee, which is all about the Cherokees in Georgia, blah blah blah. Don't need to go into all history, but it's all based around Native American, but in an honorable way. It's like paying homage to them. So
Right.
I can understand when a group of white guys are like, we're gonna pay tribute, but like I said, you can't play tribute to like African Americans by having a fucking team called the Porch Monkeys or some shit like that. It's
Right.
fucking offensive. It's terrible.
Well, I think the political correctness has gone a little too far as well. High
I
school
agree.
team.
I'm not gonna deny that, but I'm sorry, but it's like there's a difference between like there's a difference between watching a Bugs Bunny cartoon from the 1940s and having been like, whoa, that's offensive to today's standards, but that was made 60, 70 years ago. It was a different time. It was a different place. I get it. I forgive it for when it was made. But the thing is, this is an ongoing thing. It's not something that ended a long time ago. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, the reason I say this is we had a high school team. They were called the Black Phantoms, and they had to change their name because it had the word black in it.
That's stupid. See,
Yeah,
that's stupid.
exactly.
There's a difference between that. That kind of shit needs to stop just as much as trying to say that, trying to like justify a derogative term. As both things need to end, because all that does, all shit like the Redskins do is give credence to those people that also want to like outlaw, like you said, like your team's name, the Black Phantoms. You know.
Yeah. And my high school team is still called the Red Raiders.
But see, that doesn't mean shit. The Red Raiders, to me, that doesn't mean anything. Like, maybe it has some connotation with some shit in the past, but it's so watered. That name is so watered down. It doesn't mean anything really. Just like Black
Right.
Phantoms also doesn't mean anything.
Right. And nobody has called for my school to remove the name, and I live on a freaking Indian reservation, and a lot of that school district's on a freaking Indian reservation.
Yeah.
And you think about, well, Redskins, I'm surprised that the tribe hasn't come off and gone after him for the name.
It's a fine line to walk, but when you take a color and try to make it a race thing, that like an actual color like black, red, white,
Yep.
that's bullshit. But when it's when it's the red skins, then it's everything. It's out the window.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, it's totally out the window. It's fucking offensive. I mean, my grandfather's where I get all my Native American blood, and like I remember being a little kid and him being irritated by that team's name back in the early 80s, you know? Like he hated that team's name back then. Like this isn't something that just popped up. It's just now getting steam because people are finally have had enough.
I'm still going to go with what I'm saying is people are too sensitive about certain things when it's not a hugely big deal. Like, I'm not saying they don't have a right to be offended if it offends them, but making a huge deal out of every little thing that offends somebody, which is what this country does at this point, is kind of sad.
No, it is, but there's a line that's crossed, and just because we're used to that team being called that doesn't mean it's right. And let's
And I'm
face
not
it,
saying that.
when it comes to ethnic groups that have gotten completely fucked by the U.S. government, the Native Americans top that list. I mean, above and beyond in my opinion, any other race, whether it's Asians being exploited to build railroads or the blacks being, enslaved. Native Americans were like wholesale killed for 100 years, and then like ripped.
And I understand that.
Yeah, here's your reservation, and by the way, it's the middle of the desert, and it's fucking like 800 miles from where or 1,000 miles from where your tribe is actually from, and you can't grow anything, and you can't hunt anything.
And I understand that. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to offend anybody with my view. But my thing is, this country has so many issues that I believe, personally, are more pressing than a name of a football team. It's not like this name.
Well, this is again. It's a private business owned by a private individual. It's not a public government-run business or anything like that. And the government has no place to get involved here. It's all up to public pressure to change the name.
If this was people attacking one of the many Native American logos that the U.S. Army or the U.S. military's used, I would be pissed, and I'd be on your side. I'd be like, yeah, fuck that. These people are paying, like, they're honoring the people they fought at one time, because they what better way to realize the what kind of people anyway, I don't need to get into it, but I'd be offended by that. Like, fuck that. That's bullshit. But this is something completely different. This is a private business, and they're not honoring shit by using that name. They don't want to change that name because it'll cost them millions of dollars to change that name. That's why they don't want to change the name, and that's bullshit.
Actually, it doesn't cost $1 million to change it. It's just a stubborn owner.
No, it'll cost them. It'll cost them that franchise. It'll cost that franchise so much money because they'll have to reprint all new gear, all new fucking, swag.
Teams do that. Teams do that every year.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say that, but teams do that every year. And look at the Cowboys, look at the Packers, they do these new jerseys, new uniforms every year.
That's true. I guess that's true. Then you're right. Actually, I didn't think about it like that. So yeah, then it's even more fucked up. Okay.
Yep. Now what they're gonna have to change is their name, and they'll probably end up changing their name and their logo, and that's gonna cost them money. That's where the money's gonna come, and changing the name on the stadium. And then the minor stuff, the interior stuff, they're gonna have to change their letterhead and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess they do change shit on a whim, but changing your jersey is one thing. Changing your name is another. That would probably end up costing them money to actually change the name, because teams will change their jersey, but they rarely change their logo, and they almost never change their name.
The Green Bay Packers have. I mean, they have changed the logo on their uniforms.
The Washington Bullets. Apparently, calling your team the Washington Bullets is bad, so you change your name to the Washington Wizards. But calling your team the Washington Redskins is okay, so fuck it.
Yeah, I know. And
what exactly would you like them to change
here's
their name
the
to?
funny thing about it. Here's the funny thing about it. Yeah, you gotta, and this is coming from a white guy, of course. So, who watches most of the pro basketball these days? Last I looked, it's mostly the minority. Blacks that watch it.
You're on your own with that statement, but yeah.
No, I'm serious. That's in the minorities tend to watch pro basketball a lot more than.
I guess I don't know. Anyway, go on.
So that was part of it. They're giving a bad signal, and there's a big outcry happening as well at the time with the gun violence.
Well, that's DC, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
if it was the Houston Bullets or the Dallas Bullets or
It would not have changed.
Yeah, but being DC, I mean,
That was exactly it.
let's face it.
No, and it was it was pressured by the
Lake.
I'm trying to think now. The city, well, I can't, the district government was pressured to change, were pressuring to change the name because they were being pressured by their constituents.
Yeah, but everybody is pressuring the Redskins, and the Redskins, I mean, they could be the Washington Warriors. They could keep the Native American motif and just be respectful and
well, one other thing here, basketball is a fourth watch pro sport.
Yeah,
football's number one. Baseball, yeah, football's number one. Baseball's number two. Hockey overtook basketball.
Oh wow, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yes.
I'm not the biggest professional sports fan. I'll be honest. I enjoy an occasional basketball game or a football game, but for the most part, I don't really like. I'd rather actually do other things, but I mean.
Yeah, no. I only watch football and baseball.
For the freaking for the owner of that team, what is he, a billionaire, to try to justify that bullshit fucking name? It's almost more offensive because he's sitting there trying to justify it. It's like, fuck you. You know it's wrong. You just don't want to spend the money to change it.
Look in the chat. G-Webs came up with showed a good name for Washington.
What?
Washington deceivers.
He heard on the radio today. That's awesome.
That's
On a little different note, something maybe we can have some. This driver's license thing. Did anybody read that link I posted?
no.
Oh, some kid. He was a boy. Went to take his driver's license photo, and they had him remove his makeup for his picture. And they're saying that it was wrong of them to have him remove his makeup for the picture.
I don't even see. Oh, how is that wrong?
I have no idea, but you know, everybody needs something to complain about. He's gender non-conforming, whatever the hell that means.
Well, it depends on. I guess it depends on how much makeup he's wearing. If he's like freaking Gene Simmons going in there, yeah, you need to take your makeup off because they need to see what you actually look like for your state ID.
Exactly.
Like if you have like a normal amount of girl makeup, I'm not saying that in some kind of weird.
What's a normal amount of girl makeup?
I don't know. Well, a girl can go in and have her photo taken and not need to remove her makeup. But if somebody actually has to ask you to remove your makeup, you may be wearing a lot of effing makeup. That's the thing.
I don't know. I'm trying to get a picture, see if I find a picture of him with it. But I mean, like, are we really that gender non-specific? I don't get it.
You know what? Whatever. Like honestly, what it boils down to is whatever floats your boat. And like, I'd be the last person to tell somebody else how to run or live their life.
Yeah. Well, I just watched the video to where they showed his face and what he looked like when he went in to get the picture taken at the DMV. He looks like a whore.
Well, yeah. I mean, like if you're.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that, but nice way to put it.
I mean, if you're a drag queen and you're dressed up in full drag, you look like a woman. But if you're a male,
Except for the Adam's apple.
Well, okay, but in a photo, you would look like you'd convincingly look like a woman. So that's I can see why they would want. If you're actually physically a male and you look like a woman, they want you to look like, you know, what you are because it's a state ID.
Yeah. Now imagine every day you go around wearing a wig and makeup. And then you have to go to the DMV, and you have to take your picture taken, have your picture taken, and you look like a freaking woman, but you're a guy by definition.
Dude,
they're going to ask you to remove that.
I live in a town that's got a lot of drag queens, and they don't look like that all the time, because to get into that fucking get-up takes a lot of time.
I'm not. Yeah,
I gotta help out a minute, take my dog to that, but I'll be back.
It's something that a person. I'm not saying a drag queen. I'm just saying somebody that does it every day.
No, I'm just saying like, oh, I scared Thin Blue Line out of the chat. No, I'm just saying like, it's like, you know, it's that complaint is bullshit. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's like for that guy to make a fuss over having to take his fucking makeup off to have a state ID photo taken, you know, and then make it into some kind of like gender whatever argument. That's bullshit. You know, but. You know, the Redskins argument is not bullshit. That's actually like legitimate.
Yep. And I still say it needs to be pressured by enough people that want to change, and eventually it's going to change. I mean, if people actually stop going to the game, stop buying their merchandise, he would change the name in a heartbeat. But obviously, people still are. That's the problem.
Well, it's getting worse and worse for them. The thing is, too, like. They could have got in front of this when it really started picking up heat. As an owner, he could have got way in front of this and like done something. He could have like approached whatever local Native American tribe or group or whatever is. I don't know what's local in that area of the United States because I don't live over there. And they could have like figured something out that like, you know, they could have come to some kind of like, you know, something that would still be a Native American motif, but would be respectful, and then and looked good. You know, he would have come out of this, and the team would have come out of this looking like awesome. But instead, he's being bullheaded, and he looks like a shithead.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I've never liked the Redskins. I never really care for it. I hate the Cleveland Indians logo. I think it's asinine.
Well, you know, the only people that think this is bullshit are honestly a bunch of white guys. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but the people that don't care are the people that aren't affected. The people, you know, like I said, like if they were the Washington Porch Monkeys or the Washington Oriental Railroad Builders or some like horrible shit.
The Washington Wetbacks is a good one named there.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. There's like so many effed up names that I mean, maybe if we were used to it and there would have been a team for the last 40 or 30 or 40 years, like you know, doesn't make it right.
I agree.
Anyway, enough said.
Were you guys asking about the native tribes in the Washington, D.C. area?
Are there any?
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I think it's the Suck-a-Wallet of me.
You're the expert, G-Webs.
Let's see.
He knows all about that.
Well, gotta be
Hey,
an expert.
G-Webs, is We Like Shooting done?
By the way, that was an awesome video that you put out today.
Yeah.
I'm getting some positive. I haven't looked at it because it's depressing. I got a bunch of negative shit right off the bat, and then I did the chat, so I haven't looked at it in a bit.
Yeah, well, apparently people can't watch it through the first 30 seconds or something without forming an opinion.
Right.
Well, what I got from it was G-Webs was e-begging.
I'm just defending e-begging because I don't like to have to work.
Well, yeah.
There you go. That video right there. You'll get a kick out of that.
That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah, that was going around our Facebook page today.
No, I agree. There's a certain amount of thin skinnedness that is annoying with this country right now. Like, I recently watched 48 Hours. You know the movie 48 Hours with Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy, and was I saw it when I was like a young adult, like a kid. Watched it again recently as an adult. I was blown away by how insanely racist that movie is, but like in a funny way. Like Nick Nolte is a racist white guy, and then Eddie Murphy is like a hilarious racist black guy, and they're just fucking like making fun of each other's race and calling each other all kinds of names constantly. And if you're offended by that, you don't get it. You know what I mean? Like you know, and I could see people nowadays being offended by that shit. Or like I said, like old Bugs Bunny cartoons. It's a window into another time, and if you're offended by that, you don't get it. You're not looking at the bigger picture. But you know, this shit's different.
No, I was just thinking about the names. Names of teams. Look at this. We got the Cincinnati. Yes, Cincinnati. No, I'm thinking Cincinnati. Kansas City. There we go. Kansas City Chiefs. That doesn't offend a whole lot of tribes. I can't remember thinking of the logo.
Chief, it might be like, you know, disrespectful or something, but Redskins is not Chief. I mean.
Right, I'm just saying there's still an outcry against the Chief name. I know a little bit, but not anywhere near the Redskin.
See, and that's the thing. I don't see the Chiefs being.
Yeah, me either.
I don't see the Blackhawks being we have a team in my city. It's the Portland Winterhawks. They're a minor league hockey team. I don't see that as being offensive. I don't see, you know, the Warriors. I guess what is?
Well, isn't there a Blackhawks, or did you just say that?
Yeah, there's Blackhawks. There's
That's just the name of a tribe. I mean, that's no.
The only two teams I
almost
see
paying homage, right?
is the Indians logo is kind of a fucking offensive, and the freaking Redskins name is offensive. It's like,
No, not kind of offensive. I'm a white guy. That Indians logo is offensive to me even, and I've got no cards in the game here at all.
if you could
Talking about the
give
Redskins one.
No, the Redskins is is okay logo. It's not great, but it's not a bad logo. The
Are we talking about
Cleveland
the-
Indian looks like a cartoon I call it 1930s drawing of a.
Well, there's people that don't like that mascot, right?
the Indians, yeah.
The mascot, no, but the logo, yes.
Well, that's what I mean. But what are we talking about this for? I heard it on the radio earlier, but I didn't pay attention because it's sports. Is this the team has to change their name, or they're just petitioning to change their name?
No, their name and logo, I think, have been removed from copyright protection, so they can actually be used by anybody now.
What?
There's a rule in copyright law that if your name is basically if your name is derogatory in a certain way, if it's deemed racist, then copyright laws will not protect it. I think that's how it's working. I'm not a copyright
Yes,
lawyer.
that is
So basically, all they said is, hey, you can continue to call your team that. It's just that now you can't. What do they call that? Well, not copyright, but trademark all your own stuff anymore. Now anybody who wants to can make Redskins paraphernalia.
Yeah,
Exactly.
apparently people have been. They basically I think what was happening is some people got copyright lawyers together and had to go through it, and they're since the team won't change the name, now they're going through it like a legal, like the only route they have left to go through it, and that's by completely screwing them over with their copyright, which is it definitely is underhanded. I'll give you. I'm not going to say that's not kind of underhanded, but at the same time, when you got the owner being like, "We're not changing the name, go fuck yourself." Well, you got to do what you got to do.
Yep, that I think is fair.
All right, what I miss?
Nothing.
Nothing really.
Absolutely nothing.
Well,
I'm mad at myself because I really wanted a 14.5-inch Bravo Company blemished upper, and now they didn't have it. They just said the 16, and now the 14.5 is out, and I wish I would have waited a week.
Well, I thought you were going to say something else when you said 14. I really wanted a 14.5-inch something.
Well, I mean, don't we all?
Even if it's got a blemish on it.
Well, in the dark, nobody will see any blemishes.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm still freaking pissed. They haven't caught this asshole yet. At least talk about it on the radio today. They haven't caught him. But there was an asshole over the weekend in Milwaukee that robbed a grocery store. More like a convenience store, and he purposely shot an 11-year-old girl in the fucking leg.
Why?
What?
Yes.
What kind of sick?
That's exactly it.
Why would you? Why? They have no motive.
No motive.
How do they know he purposely did it then?
Camera.
So he took her aside and aimed at her leg and just popped her in the leg and was like, "Job well done," walked out.
They robbed the place, shot her, I guess, to get away.
Oh, he took her hostage and then popped her in the leg?
No. What I think he did was, I haven't seen the video, but they're talking about it on the radio, and from my understanding is he robbed the place, shot her in the leg.
To give them something more to worry about other than chasing him? Oh, fuck that, dude.
Exactly. Shooting anybody, but when you shoot a freaking kid, it really fucking pisses me off.
Yeah, there's some people that just need to be like, I don't know, taken out somewhere and dealt with one way or another.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm one that's not for corporal punishment, and I'm like, that guy just needs to go away for life.
See, I'm very much for corporal punishment. Like, I think I'm kind of an eye for an eye person. Like, I think people can be reformed and people can get better, but there's some people that just when you make a certain type of decision, you've gone too far.
Yeah. Well,
You rob a convenience store when you're like 17 years old or something, and you go away for 15 years, and you come out as an adult, and you can be a better person, but you shoot a kid, then that's it. You've gone too far.
what I'm getting at here is you put one innocent person to death, and that's one too many.
Yeah.
Especially when the cost of keeping them alive and in prison is actually cheaper than putting them on death row and all the appeals.
No, our when it comes to corporal punishment, we're just.
We're too slow
think,
on it.
Yeah, I don't think we should not have it, but I think we
need to be quicker.
I don't think we need to be quicker, but we need to streamline it to where like
get rid of the courts, save a lot of money. Just let the police execute people on the street. I saw a documentary
that
about
would work too.
Worked out real well.
Yeah, and my thing here is one innocent person gets put to death, and
yeah, that's why I'm not for it.
Yeah, and that's now if there's undeniable proof, i.e. video, and I'm talking about not just video but DNA, and there is no doubt, it's 100% because like the asshole in Colorado.
Yeah.
In the theater shooting. That one I can see, it's 100% true that he did all that, 100% proof. Then he shouldn't be on this earth anymore. But those are so very rare that we get all that, all that proof all at once.
Yeah.
That's that I'm okay with. When you're there's I'm not even talking about a shadow of a doubt here. I'm talking about 100% positive.
Yeah. No, there's definitely our judicial system can definitely let people down, but at the same time, I feel like when it's beyond a reasonable doubt, and it takes 15, 20 years to exhaust your appeals, that's too long. Like, I think you could go through those same amount of appeals in a much shorter amount of time.
Well, it's because the courts are so clogged up with stupid other cases. They just can't get the appeals in.
There are plenty of people that were innocent that got sent to jail and even got sent to death row, and some of them even executed. Like,
well,
I mean, one person that always comes to mind is Reuben Carter. You know that song by Bob Dylan, Hurricane.
Are you guys talking about corporal punishment by the state?
Yeah. Yeah, like Reuben Carter was like beyond innocent, and he got screwed by he just got screwed. I can't remember off the top of my head how many years he spent in prison, but he spent
almost 20.
Yeah, the better part of his life in prison for something he didn't do, and because he was poor and black, that was the only thing he was guilty of.
So would it have been better to just execute him right away?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying like things need to be expedited and need to be like more streamlined, so a guy doesn't spend the better part of his life innocent in jail. He can actually appeal and get out, but at the same time, when somebody's guilty and they've exhausted their appeals, it doesn't take 20 years.
Well, here you make a system where people can, ask to get out. Why isn't every single person in jail going to ask to get out, right?
Yeah, just because you ask to get out doesn't mean you get out, Like
no, but it has to start paperwork and go through the process. I mean, I'm sure everybody in there is constantly appealing.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is they should figure out a way to streamline it so it doesn't take the better part of a lifetime to either reprove somebody guilty, or reprove somebody or prove somebody innocent who was proven guilty previously. It's not fair to the innocent, and it's not fair to the guilty the way we do it now. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying kill them all, and I'm not saying let them all out. I'm just saying we can do it better.
I think you're saying let them all out and then kill them so you don't have to do it inside the prison, and that's freaking gross.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, no, Florida just executed a guy yesterday night, and he spent nearly 30 years on death row here in Florida. So, I mean, that's ridiculous.
Then explain DNA.
Yeah, but the thing is, DNA is also that's a new, and thank God for
Exactly.
it.
So if you were charged with a crime in 1950 and they stuck a handkerchief somewhere in evidence, and 45 years later DNA was created and figured out, and all of a sudden they go, geez, I'm sorry to keep you in jail for 45 years. You're obviously not this guy, even though you had the same blood type.
See,
Oh, no, this guy pleaded no contest in 1976.
Doesn't matter. You're going to have two slides. You either make it the state can just off them on the street, or it has to have the same process for everybody.
Things have changed, like DNA, and DNA is like a slam fucking dunk. If there's no way that your DNA can show that you are innocent and you are guilty, then why should it take 20? And you go through your appeals and exhaust them. Why should it take you 40 or 20 years to exhaust what is already unequivocally you're doing?
Well, then you're going to have to hire the guy that makes the decision that this person gets executed on the street and this person gets to go through the system.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, who makes the decision on who's the guy that needs to be expedited, that this one is open and shut? Kill him right now.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we could streamline the system and save time and money, especially with the way science is. Science is making things more clear. It's showing evidence in a light that has never been shown before. Why not streamline the system, save everybody money and time, and hopefully at the same time let people out that are innocent and finish the job of people that are very fucking much guilty.
Well, I can tell you right now, our criminal justice system needs a lot of work.
Fuck yeah, it does. It's broken as hell. And that's all I'm saying is, like, we can streamline it in a way that...
Is it broken or is it full?
But a little bit of both.
Yeah, it's full of...
Is it actually working? Is the system so good that it's able to still exist when it's strained at every single rivet to the point of bursting? Or is it broken because it's doing, what, conservatively double, perhaps more work than it was designed to actually do?
Well, my thing is you're talking about the wrong type of people, too. Those that do victimless crimes and, in other words, hurt their own selves. Drug users getting, locked up for, 6-7 years because they got caught with an ounce of weed.
6-7 years? Well, okay, maybe for that. But if you have whatever the amount is, then you're there for life.
Right, but I'm just saying that's why I'm for the legalization of marijuana.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think that the system's probably fine. It seems like a pretty decent system. It's just that right now you're running it at full speed 100% of the time. Any machine that you build is going to be built with a certain parameter of use, right? So you build a car, you expect it to be used as a car. But if you start driving around 6 people continually, all right, well, now it's pushing it to its limits. Now you're going to shove 12 people in there, and the car is never going to park. It's just constantly going to drive. At some point, it is going to fail, and you're going to have to run out there and fix it. Like get a flat tire or whatever. And if you just insist on keep running the car and then putting 13 people in it, that you can't blame the car at that point. You
But
just blame
this car
how
has
you're
never
using
had a
it.
tune-up. This car has never been.
Yeah, because we're not running it right. But that doesn't mean that the car is wrong. I mean, you
No,
could
I'm not
just
saying. I'm not
buy a
saying
truck and do the
it's
same
wrong.
thing, but that
I'm
doesn't
not
solve the
saying it's
problem.
wrong. I'm just saying it's time for a tune-up. Like, I think it's great. I think we have the basis of an amazing judicial system. But you know as well as I do that it lets people down all the effing time. People, including that cop we were talking about. That cop, for the most part, like, was trying. He was doing. He had no criminal intent in that purchasing that firearm for his uncle. Yet he effed up. And what happened to him? He paid he paid a giant price for it. What was seemed like to me an honest mistake. He gets screwed over. You know, that's
Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. He purposely did it. He knew he was breaking the law when he did it. You could have all the honorable attention,
I don't
intentions.
know. I don't know about his intent. It seemed to me like he effed up, and like maybe I wasn't clear on the law. I didn't know how it worked, so it was news to me. Like, yeah, you're right. Maybe he fucked up, but it still seemed like it went an awful long way to prosecute a guy who had never been in trouble before, who wasn't a criminal. You know what I mean?
And no victim was created in the execution of that set of circumstances.
That's
so
what I mean.
Again, that should by itself be like, you know how in what the hell is that movie? Men in Black, where he goes through and he shoots everybody, and he's like, how come you didn't shoot that one, or whatever? And it's like, come on, there should be like a massive alert going on that, like, why would they bring this up just to do this one thing at such a high level? So anyway, I agree with you. That's ridiculous that happened.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I was trying to play devil's advocate there. So
a nice tune-up would be good. I mean, there was a state, was it New Jersey or fucking Florida or something, that just now made bestiality illegal, like last week?
That wasn't Florida. That wasn't Florida.
Was it?
No, I live in Florida, and I haven't heard anything about it.
It was one. I can figure out what state it was. I just don't feel like looking. But there was a state, one of our states, finally put it on the books to make it illegal. It hadn't technically been illegal, and a guy actually got busted for bestiality and got off because it technically wasn't. And that's what I'm saying.
That's what the donkey said.
There's so many pieces to this system we have, like, and there's so many of them that are just loose ends that need to be tied the fuck up. You know, laws from 1820 that don't need to be on the books anymore.
I'm not disagreeing with you. So, and everybody complains and rages against what's going on. But how hard would it be to just start taking some of that ridiculous? You can't take a bath on Thursday or whatever, those weird stuff.
Yeah.
You can't wash your donkey on your front porch.
Right. So you start stripping off the ridiculous ones, and everybody gets like a chuckle out of it, and it's some Facebook attention or whatever. It's funny for the day. And then you start taking off some of the less important ones, like, oh, you can't be black on a Sunday in this state or whatever, the weird ones. And then you start stripping off some of the tax laws, some of the garbage. And then people figure out that, oh, wait a minute, you don't need all this, I don't even know how big our laws would be now. Is it a freaking room? I don't even know how much. You imagine how big our laws would be if you printed them out in books?
It's insane.
Yep.
Because
if people got into like the whole idea of removing them, then that'd be perfect, because then it'll just be like, and here's something else we can get rid of. Two things I got for you. One was in 1934 and one was in 1968.
Exactly. You nail it on the head. We add laws without taking away laws, and now we have a system that is so just like packed full of junk that people either get screwed on a technicality or they get away with fucking a horse. Like what?
I'm gonna bring up a classic episode of The Simpsons where they found out it was illegal to be something in Springfield, and so the whole episode was about dealing with it. And then at the end, they found out it was taken off the books. And they're going through this thing that was basically from like this huge book, and then at the very end of the episode, they found out that, it was made illegal again.
Well, I mean, there's laws that when was the last, like, it's Georgia or Florida, it might be both, I forget which one exactly, but it's illegal to have sex with a porcupine. When was the last time someone even tried that? I mean, is
Why
that a
would
law we
somebody
really
do
need?
that?
Well, exactly. I mean, what idiot decided, hey, this is a good idea, let's try it?
Just wait till they're
Yes.
sleeping. It's awesome.
Sodomy in Wisconsin's illegal. Sodomy. In other words,
What?
anything outside, and it's defined, anything outside of missionary sex.
Yeah,
That's-
sodomy constitutes a blowjob.
Yep.
I wonder how many people break that law daily.
Yeah.
But see, that's one of the. That's
Nobody.
One of
Wisconsin are very strict people. They don't like to break laws.
and they hate blowjobs.
This whole time, Quark's thinking to himself, I wonder what a blowjob is.
He's looking it up. Let's see here.
What is this job you talk about?
Yeah, but it's one of the weird things. In Wisconsin, for a whole period of almost a week, gay marriage was legal. Well, technically not legal, and then the judge put a stay on the order. Now it's going to have to go all the way to the Supreme Court, so people were able to get married. You know, couples are able to get married. And
Going to
I'm one of
Wisconsin
these
Supreme
weird,
Court or the
I'm one of
United
these
States
weird
Supreme Court?
conservatives. What you do in your fucking bedroom's your own business, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which Supreme Court, the state or the federal?
It's gonna have to go. It's gonna go all the way to the federal. Because a lot of states that are.
Yeah, see, this is one of those
Same thing.
things that's wasting valuable time in the court system. There's one of them.
Yeah, and so some innocent guy languishes in a fucking maximum security federal prison because we want to argue over a dude marrying a dude or a girl marrying a girl. Like,
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say our attorney general
Let's
said
be
that.
clear. Nobody cares about the girl marrying the girl. It's the guy marrying
Our
the
attorney general. This is what our attorney general in the state said.
let's be clear. At least they're marrying each other, because
Yeah.
fuck knows, like the marriage is in the toilet. Like I. Can't
Well,
even
okay,
think about how
most
many
people get married just so they can
wanna
have
explain
kids
this.
and the family doesn't make
This is
fun.
why I think
I know
our,
more
our
divorced
laws,
people than I do married people. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is why I think some of our laws are asinine, and why sometimes our criminal system is broken. Because our attorney general said that it's up to the sheriffs of the counties to prosecute the clerks for issuing licenses to the homosexual couples. Yes. If the sheriff wants to go ahead and arrest them, if the district attorney wants to go ahead and charge them, he can.
Wow.
Or she can, whatever the situation may be there. So that's how fucked up it can be,
Is that like a straw purchase for a marriage?
basically.
I mean, yeah, just arrest both of them and put them both in jail together.
Yeah, because they would be committing a crime, because Wisconsin 2006 or 2008, whatever, by about a 60 to 30, 60, well, 2/3% voted against gay marriage. And so that's why it's illegal in Wisconsin. They actually voted, and it's on the books.
This started with corporal punishment, and corporal punishment is definitely difficult, and in most cases, I don't know if it's necessarily applicable, but there are people that do things that deserve to pay the ultimate price. I'm sorry, but there are people.
I think
Well, if you're
Louisiana
fucking
has
a
it right.
porcupine, you definitely need to pay the ultimate price.
Well, I think
I
you
think you already have.
Yeah. Do they make do they make ceramic condoms? Because I think that's like. Yeah, I think you need a
Well,
Kevlar plate carrier for your Johnson.
It's almost like, they put in there getting a blowjob from an alligator is illegal.
All right, so pay the ultimate price. So we do have the death penalty, right? We've always had it for the most part. Most states
It's
have it.
state by, not
State by
most
state.
states.
I know it's
Very
state by
few
state,
states
but as
have
a
it.
whole, what do you mean very few?
It's like 50% or something like that.
Yeah, it's not
It's under
very few.
50%.
Well, let's take a look. We have the internet powers, right? Anyway, all I'm getting
That's
at
what I
is
was doing.
we have the death penalty in some states, and I'm just going to say we have it in whatever states it's in, right? And then do we need to use it? I'm going to assume yes, every once in a while. And why? Because someone did something heinous enough to require, like you say, putting them down, right? So did the fact that they know they're going to be put down stop them from doing whatever they did to be put down? So
I
is it
mean-
an actual? Does it stop people from doing it, or does the fact that it exists tell you that it doesn't stop people from doing it? Do you believe that the people that have been put down weren't aware of the death penalty, or didn't realize what they were doing was going to result in the death penalty in the state they
I
were in?
think most of the people who do that stuff don't think they'll ever get caught.
Yeah,
So you're saying that it is not a deterrent. So now I'm
But-
going to ask how
No,
many
I'm
people
not
can
saying it's
put
not
to
a
death.
deterrent.
It's either a deterrent or it's not. Is it a deterrent
I
or
don't-
is it not a deterrent?
Can be
You
to
just
some
said
people.
that they're not aware of it.
No, I said that they're not counting on getting caught, so it really doesn't matter what the consequences are to them.
Yeah.
So it's
to me,
not a deterrent then.
But see, like I don't know how would you figure out if it's a deterrent or not? That's kind of
Because no one would kill anyone if it was a true deterrent.
But
If
how
the
do you know?
state
How,
said we're going to kill you if you kill someone, no one else would be killed by an individual. Only the state would kill people, and there'd be no one to kill because it deterred crime. Killing.
But what if there are? I mean, how would you find the people that did get deterred from killing somebody
Yeah,
by like? That's what I'm
Say
saying.
the
Like,
death penalty's not-
Doesn't matter. Now you're asking to define a negative or whatever the hell that loop is called. So that's not a logical. I mean, as far as I'm aware, that's not a logical step for that discussion. So
All right,
it doesn't.
fine.
In other words, it doesn't matter. I'm suggesting that the fact that we kill people that the state kills people tells us that the people they killed were not deterred by the fact that they were going to be killed for the actions they took.
Fine. If,
Okay. So how many people is that? How many people have we killed in this country? Does anybody know the number?
No, but you can choose to.
Can I finish or no? Fuck me, I guess. You just have your own ideas. I'm not allowed to even finish my sentence.
How about
Maybe I
it?
should be put to death.
Definitely. Go ahead.
All right. So how many people have been killed in this country, by the state?
Don't know.
Is it half the population? No. Is it a quarter of the population? Of course not. Is it thousands and thousands per state? I don't think so. Is it hundreds per state? Now I don't know. Maybe, right? It could be hundreds per state. Or am
Probably
I
not
crazy?
even that
Is it?
much. It's
Okay,
probably
so
less than
so
that.
for my purposes, I'm going to say hundreds per state. So now we have 50 states. So
I got the numbers here,
hundreds.
G-Webs, if you want to.
Okay, throw a number at me. Historically, how many people has the
Total,
government
this
killed?
is only since 1976. Total since
Wow.
1976. You can't go total because they didn't keep records before 76.
I doubt that, but okay.
Well, I'm talking about if you go back to the 1800s.
Hangings are public knowledge, and if you hang someone to deter crime, you have to make it public knowledge so that it deters crime. But anyway,
Well-
tell me that number, Cork.
1381.
So 1,381 people?
Yes.
Oh my God! So we're talking 1,381 people were needed who did something so heinous that the state needed to put them down, and you're suggesting that everyone should be at the risk of being put down by the state, which was fucking our post office and is our fucking healthcare system now, and is our fucking military, and I don't even have to keep going because we all know how bullshit the bureaucracy is at the federal level. Now you're going to trust them to have the power to put all of us down for 1,300 people that actually needed to be put down potentially? Or whatever the number is historically? Or can you just put those fucking people in prison? How much do you possibly think it costs to keep 1,300 people alive for the rest of their life? And then when we get something like DNA that comes along and we have to throw 300 of those people out, we don't have to say, sorry, we killed you. So it's very risky in my mind to put the power of life and death in a state which can't even fucking send our fucking postage well without fucking it up. And we're going to put everyone in the whole country. I mean, everything we talk about with gun owners is nothing in this scale. Now we're talking 350 million people's literally life at stake because the state can make a mistake and put you to death. So that's my point, is that I understand what you're saying, that some people need to be put down. I agree with you. Some people need a killing. However, I'm not going to trust the state to make that decision ever.
All right. Well, with DNA,
That's my case.
letting innocent people go, it has also made guilty people even more guilty. And honestly,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. You can't say just because guilty people are guilty and we invented something that ensures it, that it's going to somehow let those guilty people or those innocent people get killed.
I let you finish.
I'm done now.
Like, honestly, is it a deterrent? Probably not. To me, that's immeasurable. Like, I don't know how you'd figure out if it's a deterrent or not. It doesn't matter. Why I think people deserve to die is not to deter other people to do it. It's for the peace of mind or the satisfaction or whatever of the people that those people killed, the families of the people that are left without that father, mother, brother, sister, whatever, it's for their peace of mind that those people should die. Like, and
Yeah, it's for closure for them.
as difficult and terrible as that sounds, personally, I honestly think if like the family of the person that gets a death penalty doesn't want that guy to die, I think they should have some say in that. I think
Actually, in most, it depends, because there's some that the prosecutor will, before they, because to go to the death penalty, it's a whole new phase you have to go through with papers and that. But sometimes the prosecutor will ask the family, hey, would you be comfortable with this? And if they say no, then they just don't do the death penalty.
I think that's legitimate. To me, the death penalty isn't so much a deterrent as it is for the families of the victims. And I think, and that's why I think, to me, it's okay. Because honestly, if somebody murdered my fucking daughter or my mother in a heinous, terrible way, and it wasn't just like some like one-time thing, if they were just a monster out there preying on innocent, like I wouldn't have I would want that person to die. Like, fuck that person. He doesn't deserve to breathe air. He doesn't deserve to take up any more space on this planet that he's already taken up.
You see, I look at it this way too, and I think the death penalty is too quick. I'd rather have the person suffer for the rest of their life in prison getting butt fucked.
Amen. Why the hell would you want to put somebody down if they're the heinous ass shit people do to each other, and you're going to put these people down with a lethal injection?
It's for the peace of mind. Fuck, dude, I would be fine with them hanging him. I'd be fine with a firing squad.
Yeah, it's inhumane.
I don't give a fuck. Like, lethal injection, I don't know, man. Like, they're like talking about the lack of drugs. I'm like, I mean, there are countries that still have firing squads, and they do it in a way that is instantaneous and costs the fucking...
Seriously, you're going to take that position? Go find out who those countries are, and you want to associate with those countries?
I know.
I wouldn't associate with those countries.
I'm 100% with you on this one.
All right. Well, what I'm saying is, like, to me, it's for the families. Like, however you do it, I don't care. Like, if the family wants that person to die, then that family, then the person, if they don't meet their appeals, they should die. If the family is like, no, we forgive this person, then let the person spend the rest of his life in the jail.
No, what if that person killed off 5 people and 3 of the families?
Exactly.
Well, make it
6
4
people.
Well,
3 and 3.
Yeah, 3 and 3. There we go. Yeah, 4 people. 3 and 3. What if it's split down the middle? 3 want them to live, 3 want them to die.
I don't know. They'll flip a fucking coin. I have no idea. Like, this is something I rarely think about, but honestly, like, I don't know.
All right, somebody does something horrible, and at this point it would be deemed death penalty, and then you put it in their whatever age, but they're going to live for a while. And the usual thing is, oh, we shouldn't have to pay for their blah blah blah. It costs too much, whatever. So we've already established it's like something like less than 2,500 people probably in the whole history of the fucking country, at least we have records on. So we're not talking really any significant amount of money. So now you let these persons rot, and maybe they get religion, or maybe they get touched by the light, or maybe whatever you want to call it, so that you don't offend somebody who doesn't want to call it religion or whatever. But maybe they get their own, some set of morals. Maybe they just have time to reflect, whatever you want to call it, and now they can go say something to those whoever's left behind, and to talk about blah 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 and get some closure.
Mm-hmm.
You're eliminating the possibility of that, and now you've just left it to old-fashioned ass eye for an eye.
There are people that have killed people. There's a murderer. They're murderers. That's all they are. And then there are monsters. There are predators. And what I'm talking about, the people that I feel like what
you're really talking about altogether, though, is letting the state figure all this shit out.
The state already figures this shit out.
The state already has guidelines for it.
Yeah, and I want to back up something View said, that this money that we spend keeping them alive in prison for their whole life, it's still cheaper than going through all the fucking appeals.
Well, I don't think they should have 6 different appeals, or however many it is.
I think they should have as many appeals as they have, and I think we should go through every step to make sure we're not making a mistake, but I also think we can do it more efficiently, and we can do it more efficiently.
I say you're tried, convicted, you get 1 appeal then. Then in 5 years, you get one more appeal because new evidence can come up. If there's no new evidence, then it's safe to say after 5 years that there's nothing new. Probably not going to be anything new.
I'm going to 100% disagree, because what if happens in 6 years, evidence comes up?
And what happens when your government turns tyrannical and instead of just sweeping you into a maximum security prison, bigger and bigger walls and more people into a bunk, they just decide, oh, well, this is a death penalty issue. You have so much of what? That's a death penalty.
Yeah,
And
you don't
there you
need
go.
you don't need the system.
But if it's a tyrannical government anyway, they're going to do whatever they want, whether
Yeah,
it's
you don't
by law or
need the
not.
system in place for them to do that. They didn't have
Are they
that
going to
system.
do it against people's will, or are they going to do that with a cheering crowd?
They did it in Europe one way or another, and they didn't have the a death penalty system in place. They just fucking rounded them up, took them out to a fucking ditch, and shot them all down.
Yeah,
was-
I mean, if the
was no
government wants to do
system.
something,
That's
do
called
it.
genocide.
government wants to do something, they're
we're
going to do
talking
it.
about tyrannical
I had
government.
to jump in here to jump in, dude.
Speaking of tyrannical governments,
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, dude. I'm against it. No, I don't really care either way, to be honest. But I can see both sides of the arguments. What I mean. I'm tired, guys. It's been late, hard day. But like you just said, leave it up to the state, dude. You had a fucking trial. You were tried by the jury of your peers or whatever, and they said you're guilty. Now it's your turn to appeal it, and. Where's the line? Like certain.
Witnesses can't be coerced. Statements can't be falsified.
No, I agree. I know all about that. But I'm saying only certain crimes.
Cannot be forced. Have a forced confession.
No, I understand, but only certain crimes are capital punishment, right? So it's not even like crimes that, like you could kill your wife if you came home and your wife was cheating on you and you killed her. And the guy she was fucking, I don't think that's capital punishment.
No, it's not.
I'm serious.
No, that's a crime of passion.
Like I
That's
said,
second degree murder.
Law enforcement and maybe premeditated murder. There's only certain crimes.
There are murderers, and then there are monsters, and the monsters are the ones that generally end up, the true heinous, you don't just kill somebody and go, and well, for the most part, at least in my state, I don't know about other states, but in my state, if you murder somebody, you spend life in prison. But if you're a fucking monster, you did something just
you
so
get out.
atrocious, well, we send them, DB is a very good example of that.
Yeah, you get out.
No, that's when you get the death penalty, is when you're a true
Oh, no, I beg to
creature.
differ. Dude, I've seen stories where these monsters get out of jail, dude, all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Like sexual predators, child molesters. Maybe they didn't kill anybody, but dude, what they do is worse. You know what I mean?
Well,
Fucking
that's
cut their heads
Well,
off.
Louisiana has the right idea. You molest or do anything to a child under 12, you get the death penalty. So that kind of controls it.
There you go. But no, I don't really know either way.
That's because sexual crimes are just now getting looked at with the proper scope of what they actually are. Before we turned a blind eye to rape or molestation.
Yeah, crimes against children are the
It was
worst.
harder
and
to
that's-
prove before, too.
I guess that's why the prison system has its own way of punishing people who have crimes against children. Because as soon as that gets out, right, it's like open.
But most of them end up in protective custody in prison anyway.
Yeah, those days are long gone. Most of those guys spend time in protective custody. They keep them out of Gen Pop.
Yeah.
I have my cousin is a fucking corrections officer, and that was the first thing I asked him. I'm like, so do fucking child molesters still get fucking what they deserve? He's like, fuck no, they don't. If they get what they deserve, that's on us. That ends up in my lap. That I end up being the responsible party if that guy gets fucking shanked in the shower.
No shit.
That's not all prisons, but that's a lot of prisons have been reformed.
well, I do happen to know a lot about prisons because I got done watching the second season of Black and Orange. So if you guys have questions about it, I can answer.
Yes.
I don't know who hasn't seen that already, but the second season is mucho better than the first season.
I'll have to.
I didn't think so. It wasn't. I started asking myself, this season is so not Like it's more like a drama than a comedy. Like I was like, wow, I'm caught up.
Wait,
like,
are you talking about the second season?
Yeah, I'm like,
I don't
this is-
remember where it is, but the lesbianism it takes it to a whole other
way
level.
more intense. Yeah, the lesbianism was way more in this one. But the whole idea of like a fish out of water comedy of like a yuppie from New York going to prison,
It was more
whole
like
thing
a
is over.
character study of every single person in the prison.
Yeah,
It's
that's
pretty
crazy.
dark.
She's hardcore now, and she's like a prison vet. I guess she's almost done with her time too. So next season would be probably the last season before
she'll kill somebody or something.
Yeah, I guess. Right. It's based on a
Just-
true story, so. Yeah.
Oh, you little fuck.
I'm glad you saw Edge of Tomorrow. So I had a talk with my friend today. He's like, it sucks. I'm halfway through it. I'm like, dude,
What?
your 14-inch fucking monitor that he watches it on his little computer, and sure, it's a bootleg. And I'm like, some movies, dude, you gotta go see in the fucking theater, or at least watch them on a better monitor.
That one probably is a good one to see in the theaters for sure.
Yeah, it worked. That IMAX shit worked in that movie.
I have not seen it.
Ooh, good. Yeah.
It's like the Matrix monsters in Groundhog Day.
It's pretty.
I've seen the
Cool.
commercial for it. It looks really cool.
It's basically like a video game. Like how you do a level over and over and over and over, trying all the different things until you figure out exactly what works. I think that's where they got the major concept from it.
You guys already
Yeah.
you already saw that movie? Is it out?
Yeah,
Edge of
yeah,
Tomorrow?
it's been out for 3
It's-
weeks.
It's already like not having good reviews according to Matt.
Oh no, good reviews, dude. Go on Rotten Tomatoes.
okay.
It has a 90. It's 90% like good reviews. So
Okay, good.
RottenTomatoes.com has become like the new standard in like movie critic shit because they basically compile all the movie critics in the country and YouTube dudes and all that shit, and they come up with a score.
What's
But
that movie called?
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
But it didn't do well in domestic. I'm not sure about
No,
whatever.
even though it says Edge in it, he's not in it.
No, Edge was like, this isn't about Texas.
yeah.
And it sucks. Man.
I really did want to see. I really wanted to see a
Edge was like, are you sure it's not about Texas? I'm fucking up.
I want to see Edge stuck in a time loop. That would be a comedy. It wouldn't be a drama.
Dude, he is
Oh.
stuck in a time loop. It's like 1980 something in his mind.
I want Edge to have, like, maybe at his job, like, be surrounded with people from, like, Wisconsin and like, Florida, and they all think they're from Texas now because they've lived there for, like, 5 years.
Yeah.
And they're all like, well, I'm from Texas. And he's, like, he's going to have a fucking coronary.
Oh, you little fucker.
I think that's why he really hates Bush, is that he thinks Bush was, like, a carpetbagger. Pretty damn sure.
Hey, do you
my God.
do you want another black and white cat?
Hates Bush.
No, that one sounds like I'm a fucker.
Yes, he's on my lap. I was brushing him because he's shutting like crazy.
Oh, nice.
And all of a sudden he starts nibbling at my hand, which is fine, and then he bit down hard. So I
Oh,
stopped
that's what you
brushing him.
scream like.
Yes. So I
That's when you
stopped
call Hong
brushing him,
Kong Harbor.
and now he's just, every once in a while he just comes and, like, why aren't you brushing me? And then fucking bites my hand. As
Ask
soon as
him
I
to-
start
yeah.
brushing him, he bites my fucking hand.
Get a dog.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm
He's
gonna
like, why
say
aren't you
this.
waving your hand in front of me so I can bite it?
There's a famous general who's General So. He might be interested in the cat.
Oh, you just made me hungry, Chance.
Sachawan.
This movie looks awesome.
Edge of Tomorrow?
No, this
Yeah.
one.
Cool.
I hope it's not some Asian shit with a fucking...
The Rover?
Yeah, there's some naughty tentacles and shit. Right up your
Yeah.
alley.
No, I'm good with portals. Oh, yeah, when is this coming out? Is it out already?
It just came out.
Yeah, Guy
Hey,
Pearson.
10 years after global economic collapse.
Sort of like what we're in now.
Watch the trailer. This movie looks fucking awesome.
Check that one out, Chris. Tell me see that.
I can barely hear you, man.
I said check that one out. See if you can see if you have seen that one.
Oh, it's Luc Besson.
Lucy's not out yet.
It's not out yet.
Right, I know, but that's one I want to see.
It looks
Yeah.
good.
Well, just because it's got Scarlett Johansson in it.
No, it's Luc Besson. This is a guy that did The Professional and La
Fifth
Femme
Element.
Nikita. Yeah, the film The Professional.
The Fifth Element.
Eh.
You didn't
was
like
alright.
that?
It's
What else did he do? He did a whole bunch of other shit.
Accidentally
like
carting a dark deal. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
La Femme Nikita. Didn't he do that shit too?
Yep. Dude, Leon the Professional. That movie's
Yeah,
fucking awesome.
that's
man.
incredible. I need that on Blu-ray.
The first time I watched The Fifth Element, I hated it because it was weird, and then I figured out that it's awesome, and it's one of the best movies out there, actually.
It is good.
The Professional.
check out-
makes it- Go ahead.
No,
I was gonna
sorry.
say, check out the trailer, G-Webs. You might like that.
That Lucy one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got what's-her-face in it. I'm probably sure I'll like it.
Yeah. And now, if you want to see her in her full glory, just
Well,
watch
she's hot,
her
but she
skin.
picks good movies to be in, I think. You know, there's certain actors that, even if I don't like them, I know they pick good movies, so I'm sure I'm going to like the movie kind of thing. And she picks pretty good movies.
Yeah, Under the Skin, I think it's called. It's got Scarlett Johansson in it.
Did you watch the
Wait,
trailer
what's
for
that one about?
Under the Skin, I have no idea what it's about, but I just know that she's nude in it.
She plays in
Oh,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
An
A
extra-
mysterious seductress preys on the population of Scotland.
She's like a body snatching alien or something like that.
I don't care. She's fully nude, so I'm just waiting for it to come out on DVD. I think it's next month.
Just telling you what the movie's about.
Did you watch the trailer that I posted?
No.
Oh,
Which movie?
never mind. It looks amazing.
I'm like stuck on this IMDb. Oh, so you're saying the trailer is on the IMDb page?
Yeah, you just scroll
Oh,
down to a video and it says trailer.
Let's see. Alright.
Well, this is last year, so she was naked in this Nat last year?
Trailer.
Yeah.
Was it her or some stunt boobs?
They show her face when they do it. So
Well, there's CGI now, but I guess I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a movie that was in every theater or nothing like that. It was like an art house movie.
How could her being naked not be in every movie theater?
yeah.
I mean, it was the budget and the film company and the distribution.
Well, she's
It
never
was a
been
low
shy
budget
about her
movie.
body either. So
Did Stone Guy die and G-Webs is channeling the ghost of Stone Webs, right? Or Stone Webs.
that's a called Stone Webs. That's a good one.
Whatever. You don't have to be some kind of creepy to like see Scarlett Johansson naked. Come on.
I watched that movie Her, and now I can't think about Scarlett Johansson the same way. That movie is a great movie, but that sex scene was a little was weird.
Well, kind of like Charlize Theron, I think it was, and what was
You
it?
mean he had sex with the fucking Palm Pilot or whatever it is?
Yeah, it was a
No,
little
he
much.
didn't.
I was like,
I don't want to watch it now, dude. I knew it was like one of the greatest movies of last
No,
year.
I haven't seen that
but I
movie. It
won't
looks
watch
creepy. Just the cover of it looks creepy. Is it
no,
a
it's
good movie?
it's a great science fiction movie, but it's a great concept. But I took a date to see that movie, and halfway through, when they got to that scene, I was just like, motherfucker. Thanks, movie, for fucking this date up. I really appreciate
Worst movie to go see on a date was The Hills Have Eyes.
it. Have you seen the original?
I don't know which one we saw. Like, we didn't go out. She got it, and she was like, "Let's watch this." And like 10 minutes into it, she's got her head like under my arm, and I'm just watching it by myself. I'm like, "Thanks."
Should have put your head down a little more.
Sucks when the chick starts rubbing her face all over your body. Hate that on it.
Well, I mean, it was a sucky movie, and then I had to watch the whole thing, and I don't get.
It was
like,
a sucky movie. You didn't get any?
No, I mean, none of that stuff. That stuff doesn't gross me out or anything. It's just like it's a movie, whatever, you know. But to her, it was like that's nasty. There's blood all over, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
so that was a sucky date.
Next time.
Next time, think about the chicks do that as an excuse to rub their face all over you.
Next
Yeah, but
time,
still,
if a
it's like-
movie's a
that's all she
remake,
did. Like,
just
she
watch
just
the
felt
original.
on me.
Next time, if the movie's a remake, vet the original, and then you'll know.
Can
Then-
anybody name
Yeah, I had
a
no
remake
idea.
that was better than the original, besides Dread?
I don't care about the original or the. I see. I went and saw her, not knowing that freaking Joaquin Phoenix is gonna spank it really creepily in the middle of the movie. I was like, great. Watching a dude on a big screen beat off to a Palm Pilot like DVC.
Oh, jeez.
Just because it gave you a hard on,
that
you
would
know,
that would
it
definitely
really
screw up the mood
confused
on a
the
date.
date.
Hey, I do live in Portland, Oregon. We're into weird shit over here, all right?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, that
I mean,
movie
we have
looks
Yankees like our mayor now. Do you know that?
If Mickey
What night does Yankee Marshall DJ?
Sorry for everybody.
DJ Yankee Marshall.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I can just
looks
imagine.
good.
I'm imagining that, and it's a that's a horrifying thought.
Ah, dude, he'll kill a roller skating rink joint. Come on, dude.
He'd make it mandatory that everybody had to go roller skating.
Yeah, that shit looks okay. What was the original movie to what? What are you talking about?
The Hills of Eyes.
Oh, yeah, the original? Yeah, I've seen that. Pretty wild shit.
I don't watch horror movies, so don't ask me about them.
Why?
Because I don't like them.
Smart.
I don't watch them either. They make no sense to me.
I just went and saw Aliens in the theater. That was so fucking awesome. I've never seen it on the big
Oh,
screen.
you have a time
Aliens
That's
are
science fiction.
Hey, yeah, how do
That's
you get a
sci-fi.
time machine in Portland, dude?
It's horror in a sci-fi movie. It's different.
Yeah, Aliens was kind of different.
You know, all I know is if it's a horror movie and there's a black guy, you know he's gonna get killed.
So wait, you live in a place where they're showing Aliens on the big screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that
Still?
here too. Like they'll do weird movies like on the big screen for a week.
I think I was telling G-Webs last night that I've seen Aliens, Big Trouble in Little China, The Warriors twice, all on the big screen, and next week is Akira.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah,
Yes.
a lot of these will do this. Well, then they'll be like really cheap to get into. It'll be like $2 to get into.
Yep. And they're not just they're like either. I think Big Trouble in Little China was original 35mm, but the rest of them are like digitally remastered. Like it looked like watching Aliens on like a giant like HD screen. It was fucking awesome.
I like the 35mm look.
I'll take both. You know.
I'll take anything but this fucking iPhone movies that are coming out now. That fucking suck. Straight digital garbage. I'll take a digital conversion or something like that, but I told you I watched that Lone Survivor and it was a good movie, but Jesus Christ. That fucking camera was like goddamn iPhone 5S or something.
That didn't bug me. Then again, I saw it on the small screen, not the big screen.
Oh yeah, me too. I watched it on TV. I rented the Blu-ray, but it was just so crispy digital, like no grain to it. It just didn't seem like a movie.
When I watch it on the small screen, I want to see that crispy. I don't like the grain on the small screen. On a big screen, I like that.
Yeah, it doesn't quite matter. We'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what. Yeah, that's
uh,
what pissed me off with Chuck, the TV show. They tried to redo this with a digital. It was all filmed, digitally, but then they tried to digitally make it look like like a film, and it just horrible look to the thing. Great and funny once you get past the graininess, and you're watching it in HD, and it's grainy.
Speaking of black guys in movies, did you see the new Equalizer trailer? It looks pretty cool.
No, I missed it. What about?
Denzel Washington is
He's the Equalizer. Yeah, he's the
Equalizer from the old TV show?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I kind of probably might go see that.
I might not see it on in the movies, but I'll definitely rent it on that Redbox.
I was a little hesitant until he did the 16-second thing.
Yeah, when he looked at his soon-to watch, and was like, "Let me." I was like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be good."
Yeah.
This is gonna be good. He's gonna burn.
So
I love
what's
that. You know what's a
next?
good
Yeah.
movie he was in? Man on Fire. It was like.
Oh yeah, that movie's awesome.
So if this is half as good as that, I'll be happy.
Well, the only thing I didn't like about that movie, it felt a little too much like a music video.
Oh yeah. I hate that the way. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, fuck that.
So I got a question for you guys. Do you think you're going to remake any television shows into movies?
Have they, or are they gonna? What do you think?
Yeah, well, they did it for a little while. They were running out of ideas.
Well, I heard they're doing Knight Rider.
They're trying to redo that as a TV show, so hopefully it'll do better as a movie.
Yeah, that failed as a TV show. What else are they? They did the A-Team.
Now, the A-Team movie was not bad. It wasn't great.
They're
At
doing
least they're
Wonder
actually shooting people.
Well, and I like to think it was realistic how they were able to fly the tank by shooting straight down.
That was good. That was good. Oh, that
Woman.
was
Isn't that
good.
how you fly your tank? That's how I fly my tank. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not talking cartoons either, like all the Transformers and G.I.
Oh,
Joe.
man. So they didn't have any Ruger Mini 14s in it. Not realistic. And Hannibal was too young. He seemed like a young guy.
They're making Wonder Woman into a movie.
Oh, dude.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I count that as a cartoon comic book. I'm gonna love that.
It's some skinny little chick. It's not like an
really
Amazon.
I know that's what pisses me off about it. That's probably what's gonna ruin it. But still, I love the fact they're doing it. You're
Maybe
using the same Hispanic chick from Fast and Furious series.
She's gonna be Wonder Woman.
Chested.
No,
yeah,
no.
little flat chested.
No, it's
Gal
the
Gadot.
she's not a Latino. She's the Israeli chick.
Oh, Israeli.
She's anorexic.
Yeah, it's not that Latino chick that was. I've only seen the first Fast and Furious, and that was all the Fast and Furious I ever needed in my life. But
I never saw any of them. They never appealed to me.
I saw the first one, so therefore I saw all of them. Okay.
I got
suckered into the third one was Tokyo Drift just because it was on like HBO. I got cable.
Wow, Spyderco just came out with a fucking folding cleaver. This is some fucking awesome shit.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm gonna put it in the link here on the. A folding cleaver? This might be badass. I can't figure it out. Maybe it's the worst idea ever. Maybe I need one.
You need one.
$167.
I'll get it cheaper than that. But still, it's a Spyderco. That is crazy. I don't get
That
it.
is just awesome.
Oh, yeah. That's great. There'll be knockoffs. I mean, and it's got a pocket clip. Doesn't that point on the top of the cleaver must be rounded or something? Jeez.
It's gonna be rounded.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the purpose for that.
I have no idea.
Torture.
Yeah, I mean that's.
You better tell me, or you're gonna. What's your favorite finger? What, right-handed or left-handed?
You don't have a cleaver, oh, do I?
The pocket cleaver. Oh wait, they got a smaller looking fucking cleaver now. Knife center's awesome. Oh shit.
What's the purpose of it?
Cutting meat, I guess. Like if you're, I don't know. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, that's.
There is no purpose.
That's who they should have had as frickin' Wonder Woman.
Huh? What?
I'm typing Wonder Woman movie into Google and I ain't getting shit.
Dude, she's in the no. She's going to be in Superman versus Batman, the Ben Affleck Batman movie.
It says that it's Megan Fox though.
No, that's
no. It says Megan Fox is not Wonder Woman.
They were
but that's what I'm
trying
saying. That's all I can find on Google though is Megan Fox being Wonder Woman everywhere or
I'll
drawings.
show you right now. Well, they're not going to have her in her outfit because they haven't even started shooting yet. I mean, they might have started shooting now, but
What's the name of the girl? Is this chick in the blue shirt or blue dress or whatever?
I'll send it. I'll put it in this link right now. Her name is Gal Gadot, and she's as skinny as hell. But I'll show you right now.
Oh, that's I could.
GALGADOT. She's pretty.
Isn't she like Israeli
She's
or something?
not ugly, but she ain't good looking.
Well, she's not Wonder Woman. You know what I'm saying?
Wonder
She doesn't
Woman's
look like she'll
supposed to
kick
be
anyone's ass.
Fucking curvy.
And tall.
Yeah.
Oh, this chick ain't even tall? Yeah, that's ridiculous then.
Dude, look how
She's
skinny.
5'0".
Maybe this is Wonder Woman. She's like a
No,
teenager.
she's not. She's 5'10"
No.
according to
Oh, that's
Wikipedia.
Dude, they're actually gonna. This whole movie sounds like such a disaster. They're actually gonna
This
put.
is some sort of knife.
Oh, my bad. They're gonna put.
Now, I guess you could have a knife play
Fucking
Wonder Woman,
Aquaman.
but the dialogue's gonna suck.
They're saying Aquaman's gonna be in this movie. It's like, come on, man.
Oh,
This
do you
movie-
know who's playing fucking Aquaman?
The dude from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the Khal Drogo.
The little short guy?
The guy who played the new Conan. It's so lame, dude. It sounds like a joke. You didn't see that when they redid Conan last year, or was that the year before?
No, I never watched that.
Holy shit! I didn't either, but I saw the ad and this is comical.
No. I'll have to look that up later.
All right. I can't handle this anymore. I gotta go.
Alright, I can't approve this Wonder Woman. This is bullshit. I don't even like Wonder Woman, but this is ridiculous. She's like some little twig. She shouldn't be Wonder Woman.
Yeah, unless she gets breast implants or something.
Well, but the thing is, she shouldn't have to change. There's a billion hotter chicks out there that could be Wonder
Oh,
Woman.
hell yeah. I agree.
Oh yeah. I don't know what they're going for.
She
And even Wonder Woman
she
from
probably
DB,
wouldn't have
next time
directed.
you're in Hollywood, move little things around. And get her off that movie, alright?
I wish.
Yeah,
If
she
I
probably
was in
did things
charge,
to
I would
direct you don't
stop
wanna know
production.
about.
I would fly down there in my private jet and into Detroit, and I would just stop the entire production of the movie. I'd say, Ben Affleck, you're out of here. I fired everyone at Warner Brothers, and
It's
Yeah,
Batman, or wait, it's Superman versus Spider-Man, or Superman
no, my
versus
bad.
Batman?
It's called Batman versus Superman: The Dawn of Justice, and it just
Okay.
sounds like the
So
worst.
the
thing
Justice
I've
League
ever heard.
getting together?
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's Ben Affleck as Batman.
Ben
And who's
Affleck,
Superman then?
the same guy who was Superman like last year. What was it, last summer?
And that goofy one where he's a baby and a thing, and that weird one that was last?
Yeah, where he kills the dude at the end, and they were like, "Whoa, Superman doesn't kill anybody." You know what I mean? Like, he
I don't know if
broke
I
the
even
dude's
watched the movie all the way to the end. I didn't really.
Yeah,
know.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this right now. DC stick to making TV shows. Marvel stick to making movies.
Here's the thing, though. I don't mind watching all the DC stuff on Netflix. I don't know anything about DC Comics except for, Superman, Batman. I don't know anything about their stories or what's right or wrong, but I don't mind the cartoons. They're interesting hours or 90 minutes.
Yeah,
But
people like them. I mean,
The
I've never
movies
watched
seem
them.
to suck pretty bad compared to Marvel's movies,
Yeah.
like real life movies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Marvel's real life movies. I mean, they're very few have been really bad, except for the first.
Even the
Hulk
ones I
movie.
don't like, I can watch over and over and over because they're good.
Yeah, it's.
this Captain
has a
America
problem.
this summer was
Look at
good.
DC when they make a freaking television show. They got Arrow, which is awesome.
I couldn't keep my attention on any of those TV shows like that. I wish I could. 'Cause
Arrow,
It'd be a good way to waste time, but I just can't get into them. The shows are too much like Beverly Hills 90210 and not enough like let's go do superhero shit.
The Flash looks like it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome because I have not seen. I've been waiting to binge watch Arrow. Got it all DVR'd, so.
Like that. What's the one? Oh, Smallville. It's like, well, who's going out with who? And who doesn't like me
Oh,
at
yeah,
school?
well, no,
I'm being
Smallville's
bullied at
Smallville.
school. And it's
Yeah,
like,
no, I-
but
that
you're
show is
Superman for
ridiculous.
crying out loud.
They said the next movie after Dawn of Justice is going to be Shazam. They're going to do it to Shazam.
Okay, so they basically just aren't even trying.
They're on crack. I
remember Shazam when I was a kid was that 70s like kid that would yell Shazam or something, and then he was
Right.
Shazam, a different guy.
Captain Marvel.
You have to
And
be a real
then now
comic
they
book
put it in the
fan.
cartoons, like these cartoons I was telling you on Netflix. It's like now Shazam's like some group of like Benetton ad kids. Like, oh, here's a random group of like 16 kids that are not related to each other, and together somehow they are Shazam.
They summon
They all-
Shazam. Like
They all
Shazam's
have
like
to
a
say
wizard.
Shazam. They disappear, and then Shazam appears or something. It's
Yeah.
I don't know what they. I think they take a lot of acid, and then they're like, let's make cartoons up.
DC
You couldn't get into Arrow. You didn't like Arrow.
No, it was like, who are you going out with? And like, freaking, oh, you didn't tell me you're the heir. You're like, oh, you're like all this like drama and shit, and then it's like, aren't you supposed to run around like shooting bad guys with your arrow or something, or your bow? Like, what's the deal? There's like no action ever. Once in a while they drive down an alley or something, and it was all like the behind the scenes like drama of being a superhero, and none of the like, I want to see some freaking action.
You're not gonna get
or at
that.
least a bad guy.
You won't get that in a television show because they need to keep the story going.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of like if you like action and stuff, you wouldn't read the comics in the paper because they're like 3 cells and it's all about story and nothing ever really even happens at all, Or like a comic book, they do all kinds of crazy stuff in comic books, kind of both, I guess. But in the Marvel movies, at least, it's like yelling to each other while they're doing some kind of action, or yelling to each other right before some action's about to happen, and then congratulating themselves after some action happened right before some new action's about to happen.
Yeah, the only problem that I have with Marvel movies is if you've seen like the Captain America this summer, it's such a good movie. It is an excellent movie. It might be
the new one.
Yeah, it was like up there with fucking Avengers. It might have been. It was top 3 Marvel movies. So it's like I liked Iron Man 1. I liked Avengers.
So you're saying the only problem with the Marvel movies is trying to figure out which ones are the best? Because
No. The only problem is that when things are happening in this movie from the summer, Captain America, Winters, you think to yourself, where the fuck is Iron Man? Why aren't they calling Thor down here?
You're supposed to figure that they're out doing their own adventures and shit.
Yeah, but this was like hectic. Like this was almost like the end of the world, and like they left it up to like Captain America was doing his thing with Scarlett Johansson, and like where the fuck is Iron Man?
Well, you're hanging out with Scarlett Johansson. It doesn't matter what the situation is. You ain't gonna call a bunch of other dudes over.
Oh, it was crazy. This one was really good. It was like, what if the Nazis infiltrated America when we brought some of their Nazi scientists over?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
It was awesome, yeah. And then eventually it turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra, which was like this ultra secret Nazi thing that Hitler was into, and it was awesome. It was almost like.
So it ran along with the series.
It was awesome, dude. It was like S.H.I.E.L.D. was the NSA.
They're definitely
on all of us.
No, I mean, oh shoot, the series that.
Like the other movies they made.
Oh, you mean S.H.I.E.L.D. the show?
S.H.I.E.L.D. the show, yeah.
On
it also goes along with the show, yeah. That's what I like about Marvel too, is they don't they don't depend on each other. Like you don't have to have seen the movie to be able to understand what they're talking about in the show. But there's enough stuff in the TV show. You mean the new one where they fly around the airplane all the time?
Yeah.
So wait,
so
on the
even
TV
though there's
show?
not enough action in it, there's not. It's the same problem with Arrow or whatever. It's just like, oh, who's in love with who and who's sleeping with who instead of except they fly around an epic plane.
So you're saying on the show they find out that S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra?
Oh yeah,
all the storylines intertwined. That's what I'm trying to say. Is you don't need to watch one and the other, but if you watched them both, then it's like a whole nother level. Like, oh shit, they're together. They reference each other. Well, I don't know if the movie references the show, but the show definitely references the movie in such a way that you don't need to have seen the movies, but once you have seen the movies, it's like, oh shit, that took it to another level.
I don't think I'm spoiling anything, but like basically by the end of Captain America, basically
Did you
it's
listen
like,
to Stone Guy earlier?
No, I just wanted like basically at the end of the movie. No, I did, and that fucked me up, man, because I that was fucked up, man.
3 minutes into a chat, he's like, well,
no, that was one of the awesomest.
Okay, I saw a movie. Isn't it suck that dad died? Like, what?
Yeah, that sucked because the first movie was really good. I brought my nephews to it. I was like, wow, this movie's awesome, and then whatever. But so at the end of Winter Soldier, Captain America, there is no S.H.I.E.L.D. at that point. At that point, there is no S.H.I.E.L.D. So I thought to myself, how the fuck what are they going to do on the TV show? Like, if S.H.I.E.L.D. is over with, for the most part, what is the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show? How are they going to deal with it?
So you haven't watched the TV show then?
No, are they disbanded at that point? Like all working different, like undercover and shit like that, or what?
No.
Disappears and they go rogue, right?
They go rogue, and then
the people on the show go rogue.
Right. And
oh, good. No, I don't have to watch it.
Basically, like the fucking movie, okay? Because at the end of that movie, they're all there, like Captain America, Scarlett Johansson, all the people.
Even if you don't like that show, though, unlike Arrow or something, well, I don't know, I should say that, but at least on this what's it called? Shield show. The chick. There's like at least one smoking hot chick that's worth watching.
Yeah, Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's what it's actually called.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad they worked it all out.
But yeah, at the end of it, Agent Coulson ends up taking over and rebuilding S.H.I.E.L.D. So.
See, well, because at the end of Captain America, it was like Samuel Jackson's like, I'm going to Europe. And he was like, what are you guys doing? And they were like, we're going somewhere else and whatever. They didn't even mention Coulson. You don't see Coulson at all. So, like, it doesn't, that kind of is not connected. Like, that's not making sense, really. Let alone, where the fuck was Iron Man?
Well, see, they're still trying to keep, they were still trying to keep Coulson.
Like, whatever, like out of the way.
Yeah, they didn't want didn't want anybody to know that Coulson was still alive.
So that's another way that they wrote the show so that it interacts with the movie without the movie having to acknowledge it. So it definitely is. For that, it's kind of neat, and that's why like that Arrow has nothing to do with the League of Justice movie or whatever, right? Probably built by different people or something, so they never thought to coordinate or whatever.
Can this mic work?
Yeah,
it's kind of like you're underwater a little bit.
Yeah, because I've got headphones plugged in, but it's not headphones that have a mic attached, so I'm having to listen through headphones and talk through my phone.
It's not bad.
I'll be off the treadmill in a little while, but
I just felt you might know about DC shit, but I'm telling you, this movie sounds like a fucking disaster, and I don't know, it's like too bad to be true, you know. But it gets worse and worse every day. With now they casted Aquaman. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I can't imagine they're gonna waste all this money. I can't imagine this being good. I could be completely wrong. It might be like the best comic book movie ever, but I highly doubt it, especially after Man of Steel.
I gotta say, if it's a DC movie, it's got a good chance of being bad to begin with, but I think they really royally screwed this up. And then adding Aquaman, who is probably the least favorite character in the DC universe. According to the theory, as anyway.
I'm just gonna say stuff so that my screen comes up and
anyone
you guys can enjoy this.
Anyone that doesn't like Aquaman doesn't understand.
This is the new Wonder Woman.
I'll vote for that for $1. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants an Omnicorp hat, I know where to buy them. Like a big. I haven't seen the new RoboCop, but I know I saw this hat. It said Omnicorp. It looks pretty cool.
What, online or something, or what?
Yeah, like it's like a hat, like a baseball cap. Some company like licensed the Omnicorp logos and stuff. CCP too. So yeah, shit is real. What can we say? We're having a movie chat now.
Yeah, I mean we've covered a lot of different things since it started.
By the way, Darth Vader turns out to be Luke's dad. I don't know if you knew.
He just ruined the whole movie.
For me, I haven't seen that yet.
I've actually never seen any of the Star Wars movies.
I'm just saying, Stone Guy with How to Train Your Dragon.
Which is just one more reason why Thin Blue Line sucks.
Only for the right price, Yankee.
Leia and Luke are brother and sister.
They killed a dad. I can't wait to see that. See, that's the kind of shit. I don't know if movies like for kids have to go that hardcore and like make me cry and shit. I don't need to fucking cry.
You did know that Han Solo was supposed to die at the end of Return of the Jedi. It was supposed to be actually called Revenge of the Jedi, and Han Solo was supposed to die at the end.
Where before the Ewoks or what? Like.
Well, the Ewok celebration wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to fail to drop the shields. Luke Skywalker was supposed to, mentally break about, because of his father being Darth Vader, but they rewrote the ending to make it a little more palatable.
Well, apparently he's going to die in this new one because he broke his fucking ankle already, and they don't seem to be giving a shit. But hopefully he dies in the first 10 minutes because I don't want to see old-ass Han Solo in this new one.
No. Ford being like 90 years old, I'm not going to get a whole lot from him.
He was good in Ender. You saw Ender's Game? I kind of like that one. He was all right.
Yeah, Harrison Ford's not an action hero anymore. You see him now and you just expect him to ask you to pull his finger.
Yeah, my guess, I haven't looked in a whole lot of what they're going to tell in the new Star Wars movies, but it's going to. I think it's going to happen well after the end of Return of the Jedi. It's going to be like, whatever, 30
all about
years,
their kids.
30, 35 years later.
They're in it.
They're in it, but it's going to be like
Everyone's in it.
35 years later, and it's going to be about, it's probably going to be about, their children, Leia's and Han's children, if I remember correctly.
Dude. I follow them on Twitter with Star Wars, and J.J. Abrams is on Twitter, and he's fucking posting photos of the set. I mean, it's basically a movie about their children. And obviously, one of their children turns to the dark side.
It would have been benefit have been a story about Luke and Leia's children if they had gotten together. Then you could all be about how they deal with their disabilities and their retardation.
Yeah, that's funny. That Space Hillbilly.
Yep.
No, it's not going to be that bad. I think it's Han's kid that turns bad, goes to the dark side. Han and Leia's kid.
They have if I remember correctly in the book, so they could add more.
Now, if T-shirts are to be believed, I would definitely go to the dark side because apparently the dark side has cookies.
I don't quite get that joke.
You never had a T-shirt? I've got that T-shirt that says "Come to the dark side. We have cookies."
Oh no!
I've got that T-shirt somewhere. I should wear it in a video.
I'm just really pissed off that
when are these new Star Wars movies coming out?
2016, 2017, 2000. I think it's 15, 16, 17.
Half our YouTube audience will be dead by then.
Oh yeah. I won't make it to next week. But
so in other words, Bob's not seeing it.
Yeah, it's next summer. I think it. Well, no, it's Avengers is next summer.
Now, if you're talking next week, you're pushing it for Bob.
Pretty sure. Oh, you know what they're doing? Spin-off movies. So, like the guy who did the Godzilla movie this summer, he's going to do. They think he's doing a Yoda movie. They're going to do a Boba Fett movie spin-off. There's going to be 3 major Star Wars movies with 3 major spin-offs.
Now, Boba Fett would be cool. I'd like to see a Boba Fett movie.
Yeah, I think they already hired the director. The guy who did.
Did you watch any? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just talking movie shit because I'm I read these little fucking blogs and shit.
Well, they did so many Star Wars
cartoons.
No, the Clone Wars is supposedly. See, what happened was Disney bought the Star Wars. Lucasfilms. They bought everything. So now that's why we're getting these new movies and shit. And they had to go on and have a press conference and say, what is canon, and what is not. And apparently, I don't even know what that, that's like comic book stuff, I guess. What is going to be historically... Canon means,
mainstream really happened in the main universe.
Right. So they said, in this universe, the new that Clone Wars definitely is a part of it. And that they have a new cartoon coming out. I forgot what that was called. But that's definitely part of the whole universe. You know what I mean? That they're building.
Well, I was asking Nikki, did you see those Clone War cartoons?
No, I've never seen them. My son has watched them. I think I watched one of them once, or 2/3 of one of them once with him.
There must be a map of them somewhere, but they're on Netflix now. And then they brought all the final episodes out, which aren't a big deal. But if you like the Boba Fett stuff, there's a whole, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 of them that are on Boba Fett's planet. And there's probably a lot more if I can't remember them all, but there's probably even more. Somebody who knows them better could tell you which ones to watch that are about either his family or him or stuff that has to do with Boba Fett.
Yeah, Boba Fett was one of my favorite characters. I always liked Chewbacca, Boba Fett, and Darth Vader.
I think there's a couple of Chewbacca ones, aren't there? Or is it Yoda ones with Chewbacca in them?
Remember that Wookiee Christmas special?
It was called the Holiday Special, yes, and that is not canon.
Yeah, they said that. That's not canon.
You can't even find that anymore. They destroyed that. Like they took it and burnt all the copies.
You can actually find it on YouTube. Oh yeah, Lucas was so bad.
And then what was the one on the Endor with the little blonde-haired girl, and the witch was after her grandfather, and the Ewoks helped her?
Ewok Adventure?
Yeah, Ewok Adventure.
That one was
canon. Yep.
I saw that when I was a kid.
Ditto.
Yeah, I remember seeing that Wookiee Christmas special, that Christmas special with the Wookiees. And back then, that was when if you saw something on TV and you really liked it, you were kind of bummed because you knew you were never going to see it again. There wasn't DVR.
That's funny.
There
No
was
VCR.
VHS at the time, though.
No,
No, beta?
not that far back.
There was not VHS when I was a kid. VHS didn't come around until I was in like high school, junior high, late junior high, high school.
I was around
No,
when VHS
yeah,
first came out. The first VHS tapes were like $100. I had First Blood.
Yeah, Betamax first came out when I was in like 8th or 9th grade. And you'd go down to the video store and rent one. But if you wanted to buy one, it was like $110 for like Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I had
I'm
my
trying-
cousin had a fucking laser disc of Star Wars, and I was so jealous. It might have been he had like Return of the
There's nothing
Jedi.
quite like getting up halfway through a movie and flipping the disc over.
I was just
I remember
so
that.
jealous, dude. I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah, Laserdisc. It was great quality though. That's the first like real HD quality I've ever seen on a movie.
My grandfather and his second wife, they went out and bought a Laserdisc player, and then they bought one of those big TVs where the front folds out. And it's the big 3-color projector.
Jesus.
First big screen.
Yeah.
You could watch it for about 45 minutes before the room heated up to about 210 degrees.
Yeah.
And you had to have all the drapes drawn too.
Yeah, so you could see the picture, yeah.
Let's see, the Avengers is May 1st.
Oh,
Fantastic Four is June.
okay.
That's talk about something they killed, the Fantastic Four. That
Next summer's gonna suck.
Oh, there's another Fantastic Four coming?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
reboot.
The same
It's a
people?
reboot.
No, it's a
No,
reboot.
no.
Ah, fucker.
They replaced Jessica Alba with someone that doesn't really look that hot to me.
Well,
Is
Sin
it
City 2 is coming out this summer.
You mean you don't want a kind of black, kind of Hispanic, kind of Italian Sue Storm?
Whatever, she's super hot in that movie.
Yeah,
By the way,
exactly.
Nobody actually wants to watch.
Because the Human Torch is Captain America now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Human
starting
Torch in the
over.
new one
But
is
I
the-
thought
is
the
the
deal
Black
was
Kid from
that because
Chronicle.
different people own the different pieces, they never had to worry about that conflict because they could never bring the Fantastic Four in and meet.
They're going to try to do, though. So. 'Cause they had,
Right.
they want-
But I thought that they had to. That's why they made whatever Spider-Man or something because it doesn't
No,
not
no,
the deal. 3 people own the pieces of it or
Right,
something.
right. Fox owns Fantastic Four.
yeah.
And that's all they own, though. So he could totally be Fantastic Four all the time because they're never going to be able to cross over with any of the other ones.
Well, don't say never. They could make
Well,
deals.
no.
They work together.
No,
Well,
no,
as
I
long
wouldn't
as
say
that
that,
guy's
dude.
the actor, because it's like they got these contracts for years, right?
He signed like a Marvel contract that was for light, like basically like 20 movies or some shit.
Who,
He
the Fire
could-
guy or the Captain America guy?
The same guy. It's Captain America.
Chris
But I guess I'm
Evans.
saying on which side? On which side? I'm saying which side?
He signed with Marvel, so he can't do no more Fox movies with Fantastic
Yeah,
Four.
exactly. He's gonna be doing Captain America for the rest
so
of
they
his
have
life.
to do a different one because now he's with Marvel. Okay.
I read something on a blog the other day, and comic book people might know, like Yankee, that Marvel is so upset about that shit, about how the Fox owns Fantastic Four, and how Fox owns X-Men, and maybe it was Sony owns Spider-Man, and that the other company that owns Fantastic Four, that they're actually going to start cutting back on comic books because they're playing like hardball. Like, give us our fucking.
Well,
shit
one
back.
of them owns Fantastic Four, right, and that's it. And then one of them owns Spider-Man, and that's it. And then one of them owns everything else that we've seen.
X-Men.
Yeah, well, they sold off some things years ago, and they regret it. But to be honest, the comic book industry is dying.
Yeah.
I mean, the average reader now is like 40 years old. You gotta remember, comic books now are like $4. Like, I read 20 to 25 titles, so I'm trying to have to buy like 10, 12 titles a week at $4 a piece. That's $50 a week for comic books. What kids can afford $50 a week for comic books?
Yeah. Kids look at either
Kids go
YouTube
online and
videos-
do it, right?
Yeah.
But even the online comics, they screwed that business royally. I was reading a thing the other day, they were talking about how it didn't take off like they thought it was going to take off. Of course it's not going to take off. When you make the digital version, it costs the same amount as the print version.
Yeah.
It has to be cheaper, yeah.
A digital version should be like 99 cents. There's no printing, no paper, no distribution, no retail, no nothing. Just straight to the consumer.
If they learned anything from the fucking music industry, it should just be a monthly fucking subscription fee of like a flat fee. and then you download any fucking thing you want.
Monthly subscription.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Charge you like $2 a month for each title you're subscribed to, and
I mean, they own all that.
And just to let you guys know, they're shipping off a lot of products. Marvel's shipping off a lot of their products to Japan. Well, Disney too. So Disney is shipping their products off to Japan, and Japanese are actually making.
What do you mean?
Marvel comics and anime.
about 10 years ago, they started doing a lot of crossover crap where they were bringing in the Japanese versions of like the Avengers and the Fantastic Four. That stuff's crap.
But this time though, they're actually shipping the actual characters. Because next year there's going to be a Marvel. Next year they're going to show something on Disney, like they did with the Marvel, Avengers Assembled and Urs Madi's Heroes. Now they pretty much cross Pokemon with Avengers, and I'm watching it as they air.
Oh yeah, they had comic books like
Disney next year.
They had comic books like that.
It's going to air. Yeah. And they're going to air it in Disney next year. So basically, these 5 kids, Iron Man invents a cube or disc that imprisons villains, and then it got turned around on them. So him and the Avengers got imprisoned in these discs, and only these 5 kids can summon them, 5 minutes at a time. So every time they need to be out, these kids will summon them.
What is it with fucking Japanese people and rubbing goddamn magic lamps?
Well, speaking of weird ass shit I've never heard of before, did whatever happened to that movie you guys were all excited about that was supposedly a comic book? Yeah, what happened to that one?
August comes out. August.
Oh, okay.
Looks good. The trailers look good.
Now here's the thing, though, Yankee. The thing is, this idea is the idea of the Marvel folks, they just pitched this to the Japanese because they know it's going to work there. But the Marvel folks thought of this.
They're just trying to make some money because they're floundering so bad.
Yeah, so they decided, you know what? What can we do to reboot the system and make it interesting to what they think is a new generation of kids? So I was like, hey, Pokemon and
it doesn't matter.
All these other,
They're trying to do that too with all the DC titles, all the new, Justice League, Superman, Wonder Woman, all of them in this new universe they've created. But it doesn't matter if you create new interest if nobody can afford your fucking $4 a book comic books.
Yep.
I want to tell Tactical Six String I didn't get the A case from my Samsung S5. I got the Spigen Tough Armor, and it's pretty awesome. I would have got the Magpul one, but I don't think I knew they had one for the S5. I should have thought it. But I'll tell you, that's so frustrating is going from any phone, like now I'm on this Android phone, and I want to fucking break this thing so many times. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but I really enjoy the phone. I know it has a lot more options than the iPhone and stuff.
If they come out with an iPhone with 5.5 inch screen.
Oh, they're gonna. It's September.
Yeah, if it comes out with a 5.5 inch screen, I'm switching back. If it comes out with a 5-inch screen, fuck them, I'm going to LG G3. If it comes out with a 5.5 inch screen, I'm going back to Apple.
It's 5.5. If you go to Boy Genius Report, like BGR or whatever, they already have this photo.
It's going to be 5 inch, so we'll see.
Oh, they say it's 5 inch?
Yeah.
So what is the Samsung? It's like 5.5?
No, it's 6, almost 6, isn't it?
Are you serious?
The Galaxy S4, I think it's like what 4.7, and the new LG G3s are 5.5 or something like that.
How big of a screen do you need on a phone?
I need a lot because my eyesight's important. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when your
You know how
eyesight.
much porn I watched on the fucking iPhone? I'm lucky I can see.
I can't have a big phone. It drives me crazy.
What's the point of having all these fucking apps? No, I understand, but
I use my phone computer more than I do a phone.
And maybe you should buy a laptop.
Well, I can't put a laptop in my pocket.
Is that
trying to
a
be
fucking
like
thing telling us what to buy?
U.S. has a Samsung, so I needed a Samsung. You know what I mean?
I have an old one already, though. I don't think it's anywhere new. Near.
Get that, step it up. Get that new one.
I'm still sporting a Note 2, so.
I went to the Verizon last time and I said, "Hey, somebody recommended doing that rent where you don't?" I think it was Yankee. where you don't have to really pay for one. You just pay them $26 a month, and whenever you feel like it, you just get a new phone. So I was like, hook me up with that deal where I don't have to do nothing except get a new phone every couple of years. And then they're like, oh yeah, no problem. And then they're like, no, how about you pay us in cash ahead of time? So I don't have the credit for that.
I think they're getting rid of that deal too, that Edge program. They're really pushing you away from it hard.
Not really. No. In the industry, the Edge program is still very popular. The thing is,
I don't think the company likes it.
Oh,
People like
think about that. Good guy. Go into my account and fiddle with it so that they'll hook me up with that.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. So, but no, the Edge program is the thing is, it's more expensive to do contract. It's more expensive to sell phones on contract. All other carriers are doing what do they call this? Installment payments now. Nobody's doing contracts anymore. So we are trying to bridge the gap. Some people still need to want to buy a phone for a contract. Some people want to do the month to month. So we give them a break. We basically give them and this is not something inside. This is actually publicized. It's $25 discount, a $10 to $25 discount a month depending on your plan when you're on an Edge program. So that's basically we're going to save you some money while you're paying for that phone monthly. And if you talk to the right people, G-Webs, if you call for that, you may be able to get it. And it's not a what do you call it? We don't do money up front. I don't know why he did that, because your next payment is on the next bill. Your first payment is on the next bill. We don't ask for an immediate payment. I like upfront payment for that.
Lower it some. I'm paying $350 a month.
So I want to say this real quick. I paid $199 a few years ago for an iPhone 4, I guess. When the iPhone 5 came out, I went on eBay and sold my iPhone 5 for $200. I took that $200, I bought the iPhone 5. That was 2 years ago. Just now, I wanted a new phone. The Samsung Galaxy S5 was $200 to extend my contract. I sold my iPhone 5 on eBay through not like a bid system where I put it up for an auction. There's a company. Oh, it's got Gazelle. I think it's Gazelle. They just they just gave me $208 for my phone. So I haven't bought a new phone in like 6 years or some shit. Like I bought a phone. Well, I guess 4 years. I bought the first phone, and I sold it, and I've been doing that. So these phones have so much value in them. It's better off for me to just buy it.
I was having some problems with Verizon a couple weeks ago. And they're like, I was like, just cancel all my fucking service or give me what I want. And they're like, well, you can cancel your service, but it'll cost you $500. I was like, I can sell the 4 phones I have for $800. Do you think that fucking bothers me?
Yeah,
so they call me back 15 minutes later. We'll give you what you want. Don't cancel your service.
Mm-hmm.
If you got me Yankee, I can't give what you want. I'm a hardliner. So it's not that.
I always get that advisor, and then I always get what I want.
I always go, I can't hear you, and then I hang up and call back and hopefully get someone else.
No. Well, don't do that. Don't
mind working my way through 3 or 4 people till I'm talking to someone at corporate.
Good luck with that. But here's the thing: I'll give you what you want if your account says you can do it. But if I feel like I'll be honest with you, I'm strict. If it's definitely against situation, if you don't deserve it, or if I says you're lying to me, well, I'm gonna have to, I'll be nice, but I'll be
good guy. Listen to what happened to me the other day, because I just got this new phone. My renewal for my 2-year contract wasn't until October, right? So what is it? Fucking June. It's not even June. So I called up a few months ago, and they're like, "Oh, it's too early to give you like an early upgrade." So I called in like last week, and I got someone else, and they were like, "Hey, we're gonna give you the early upgrade." So the other person, like a few days ago, he could have given it to me. It's not nice. I was just like, hey, I've been a customer for you guys.
I've gotten like that before. Well, here's the thing: if I can see, I'll scrutinize your account. If I can get you an early upgrade, I'll get you an early upgrade. If I deem like it's going to be beneficial to you, and if it matches your account. You're good. So I'm one of those who will dig deep into your account to make sure that what you want, I can get. But if I can't, I'm sorry.
No, I was so happy with them, and not only that, she saved me money on my bill. She gave me an early upgrade. I sold my iPhone, got more money than I paid for the fucking new phone. I have unlimited data because I'm grandfathered in. I'm like ready to wear a fucking AT&T like cheerleading outfit. You know?
If you upgrade, you will lose your unlimited data. Just be careful.
Oh no. They tell me. Every time I've done this.
$355 a month. What I'm asking you to do is going to cost you maybe $50. So you make the decision whether you want to throw away $355 a month or $50.
You with Verizon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I stick to my guns.
To get my way up the ladder where I talk to someone who's got some power, but they always do it.
Yankee just sits on his phone for about 6 days till he finally gets to the president.
I'm always on my computer anyway, so I just...
More than likely, you'll get to some executive relations. I know about people in executive relations.
Transfer me to that customer retention department.
That's
executive relations.
Yankee has their phone number.
That or executive relations.
Direct line.
Customer retention works for the cable company for your TV. It definitely works for the cell phone companies. It's like the last line of defense for the customer.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. Here's my problem with that. Okay, and G-Webs, I do ask of you to please delete this video. Delete this live cast. But, nobody really watches it anyway. But
it's on our channel,
it's
though.
not his.
Yeah, there, I think.
Yeah, it's mine. It's mine.
Okay.
I'm hitting the delete button right now.
But no, I'm not really saying anything that outside anyway. But here's the
Wait
thing.
a minute, what store number are you at?
I don't work in a store. I don't work in a store. No, here's the thing. I am. I have none. Anyway, what do you call this?
Is this good guy?
I'm not very. I'm very nice to customers. I will do my gosh darn hardest to get them what they need. But I don't appreciate it if somebody's trying to get something that's not that's not slated for them. Just don't try to call and say I get what I want, because I don't like that. That doesn't work with me. You get what I can get you, and if it's proper. So and then that's what really pisses me off. And then
and if he feels like it, so there.
No,
well,
no, it's not what I feel like.
Proper, but what's proper then? Like credit
what's
rating?
Proper? Whatever's your what's proper? No, what's proper is what we're allowed to get you. We have a list of stuff that we can do for you, promotions stuff. If you're eligible for an early upgrade, you will get an early upgrade. If you're eligible for early edge upgrade, which allows you to pay monthly for a phone, I'll get you that. I got a few people with that today. So if that's there for you, if it's alignment, and if a supervisor will let me take care of it, that's not a problem.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They set up those things that you're allowed to do in a way for them to make the maximum profit while treating every customer basically the same. When I talk to them, I'm like, I've been with you for years. I pay $300 and $400 a month regularly. I'm not going to be treated like every other customer. If you want to treat me like every other customer, I'm gone. And then I usually get my way.
Well, here's the thing. I treat all my customers equally, depending. A new customer, I'll treat a new customer, the same as I treat a tenured customer. So I'm just an equalist. I'm an equalist when like that. So.
Somewhere in a boardroom came up with the fact that they give customer retention the ultimate power, because at that point, once you get customer retention, it's time to call your bluff as a customer. Are you really willing to take a walk from AT&T to go to T-Mobile? And it's that person on that phone who has to make that decision. And if you are really willing to leave, then they have a little bit more power to make you want to stay. And I hate doing this shit, but look, I'm talking about the television company. I only have two options in the whole planet. And in the United States, we got Xfinity, which is Comcast. You got Time Warner, and I think they bought Time Warner. You might have like 3 or 4 options. So they have a complete monopoly. They treat you like utter shit. And once your promotion is over, they try to throw you in another promotion that's way more money than your last promotion. And eventually you are a customer who's been with them for 10 years, and you're getting raped. And
you're paying 5 times what someone who's been with them 3 weeks pays.
Exactly, and it's not fucking fair. And when I call up and I say, you know what, you want to call my bluff now? I really am at the point where I will disconnect the fucking service. Usually, not all the time, but usually they will say, "Well, we'll help you out. We'll try to do something. We'll try to do something." And that's just how the company.
You know what?
All right. So what are you guys talking about? Getting free phones or something, or getting like free service, or what? What are they doing to keep working?
Extend my promotion. Extend my promotion. You know, if you sign me up for
I want an upgrade on a phone.
Or an early upgrade, right? Like if you're a year and a half.
My son's phone was like 8 weeks from upgrade when he ruined it, and I was like, yeah.
I can help you with that. I can help you with that.
So like, well, you can pay the $100 for the insurance. I'm like, I don't want to pay the $100. I either want a new phone or I'm leaving. They gave me a new phone.
Well, you know what? If it's 8 weeks like that, if you got me, well, if I know you though, I have to transfer you because I can't help people. But if it was me that you got, I would have worked out to get you that phone. Well, of course, I have to get permission to do it, but I would have been able to work it out. So.
They just gave me a 16-week.
That's not unreasonable, stuff like that. So.
They just gave me 16 weeks early. So.
You gotta understand also that we have to take a look at these things. It's like how good of a customer are you? Yankee, we'll take a look at your account, and we know that you're a great customer. We'll take care of you. DB, same thing. So if it's but if your upgrade date is like say November, we gotta take a look at our other options. Okay?
Well, no, mine was October.
I was pointing out to him the other day. I was like, I sat and figured it up. I was like, over the last 9 years I've been with you, I paid you all $26,000.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's the thing.
But the thing is, Yankee, I know you enough that you're gonna be reasonable about it. So that's why I'm not.
I'm not.
No. What you asked for is 8 weeks. What you asked for is somewhat reasonable. So if you're gonna be reasonable about it, if you have reasonable, realistic requests, then then you'll be able to get through. We'll be able to work a deal.
Explain it to G-Webs. Is when you buy a new phone for the discounted price, and they give you a 2-year contract, you're not eligible again to buy a new phone for 2 years. Sometimes
unless we have a promotion. Unless we have a special early upgrade.
Promotions right now?
Yeah, we got. It depends. If you call in and then, hey, do I have any early upgrades or promotions? Ask that and then see if you qualify. Because we do give that to a lot of our customers. We do have the options for early upgrades. If you have an iPhone, you may be able to get a new iPhone, something like that. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that
An iPhone would be a downgrade. I don't want a fucking iPhone.
Hey, wait, good guy. I was going to just say.
I'll give you an example.
You're in the phone business, right? So you know
yes.
a little bit. Do you really think the Samsung S5 is better than an iPhone?
No.
No.
No, and I'll tell you the truth.
There's no such thing as Macintosh to say that.
No. There's no. Let me clarify. There's no such thing as this is better than that. It's two completely different monsters. If you are some people, iPhones are great because everything is laid out for them. The phone, excuse me, the phone is simplified. It's laid out for them. It's right there. It's you don't have any. It's not very flexible.
Yeah, for example,
to what you want to set up.
So good guy. For example, I have I have 4 fucking internet browsers on my phone. I don't know what to do with 4 different fucking browsers.
You can.
All right, easy. One is for porn. One is for Google, so that it keeps your searches so that you can find them easily.
What I did.
One of them you use for Facebook links, so that you don't have to worry about all the crap and spam on it. And then maybe one so the girlfriend can use, is clean.
You're right. That's exactly what I did.
But if you want flexibility,
you'll open stuff up and it won't work. Just like on our PCs, some stuff won't work in, the phone version of Google, and some stuff will work better in the phone version of Firefox.
If you want flexibility, get an Android. If you want everything all done for you and laid out, get an Apple.
If you like living in prison, get an Apple, an iPhone. It's basically like gray. No options. You get to eat at a certain time every day.
My phone crashes though. This Samsung S5 has crashed in the last week. It crashed twice, each time on a Hangout. So it doesn't like the Hangout. So
Google sucks. That's Google. That's not your phone.
Well, no, it's the phone because my iPhone never crashed on Hangout ever.
Well, because your
My
iPhone is only doing half the work in the Hangout. We can't hear you.
my Hangouts crash from time to time.
It
So
crashes the phone though. It has to restart the phone and go through the whole thing.
factory reset the phone, then do a factory reset.
Okay. Well, damn. Then I'm gonna lose a lot. I just got the phone.
Back it up. I back up my phone. I factory reset every few months. So
The more I exercise, the more I hate it.
Oh.
Is that really a good idea, good guy?
Exercise?
what? Factory resetting the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you back it up. Making sure you back it up first, and then do a factory reset, and then that cleans up the phone.
What do you use to back up your Android?
A lot of stuff. I make my pictures. I plug my phone into my computer. I do the long way thing. I plug my phone to my computer. I put my pictures there. I use Google Plus Photos. Google Photos, and I store. They have 15 gigs that you can store pictures there. I have an SD card. Yeah, I got 15 gigs of. I have a lot of pictures in there. I use.
I just trust Google, I guess. I'm afraid they would take all the faces out of it and tell everybody that I put their picture on the
No, well, I use what do you call this? I use if you have an SD card, that's even better because that's you can omit the SD card from the factory reset.
My phone quit recognizing that an SD card exists, so it like fries SD cards when you plug them in. So it's annoying.
You're gonna have to plug your phone to your computer then to store your pictures. You're gonna have to use this hard drive, copy the pictures out of there. I
use Android File Manager. I just plug my phone in, suck everything over my desktop, reset my phone, put everything back. Yeah,
you can do that. There's many millions of ways to back up your phone, and I use a whole lot of them. The problem is a lot of people don't do that. They don't take the time to back up the phone, thinking it's going to be easy. iPhones, you just plug into iTunes. I trust iTunes over iCloud for stuff. You plug into iTunes every now and then, your phone's backed up. You can do a factory reset on iPhone in an instant, and then plug it back in and restore everything after you're done. So
that's the good thing about iPhone too, is things like that you don't have to know how to do it, because all you got to do is plug that little thing onto your bottom of your phone, and it asks you, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Here, click this big button to do this. It's very easy.
Yeah, and then your porn gets all over, and you don't know where it is. It's relabeled.
Oh, it tells you exactly where it is. It says, here's your porn.
Cloud's a little bit more private than that, but yeah. So. The only thing that I barely get calls about is Windows phones, because either they're foolproof, because I know people have them because I get calls about them. But there's not that many of them.
Yeah.
And they're easy.
The battery on an iPhone?
No. They're sealed in. A lot of companies are going towards the seal, except for Samsung, thank God. But a lot of companies are going towards the unremovable batteries now.
Oh,
it's
other
a lot
companies
easier.
are too.
Yeah, other companies. Motorola's doing it. HTC's done it. So it's just not. It's just cheaper to make a phone have an internal, non-removable battery, because you don't have to worry about, there's a lot of extra material they don't need to put in there.
I've never had a battery problem with all the phones I've ever owned. I've never had a bad battery, so I'm not that concerned about battery. As long
I don't
as
care about the bad battery, but you've seen SHOT Show. When I started doing SHOT Show with phones, you need like 4 of them if you want to continue to go do stuff. If you're really kicking butt for 8 hours, I just
But now
swap
we got
out
those
battery.
little portable chargers that we can use.
Yeah, get a portable charger if you want to do it that way.
Super hot one. Anyway, that's why I like the battery replacement. Is I just have 5 of those batteries charged up. I go do my thing all day, and then I go back to the hotel and just charge 5 batteries at the same time.
Just go. What do you call this? Just go with Samsung Galaxy series will always have a battery.
Well, I want if I upgrade, I want that big ass Samsung Note or whatever.
The Note 3.
I don't know.
The Note 3's been around for quite some time.
The only thing I don't like about my Samsung is there's a flaw in it that whenever you record video, it makes popping. And I've on my 4th one now, I keep sending it back to them, making them send me another one. And I figure once I've got my 5th one, which I'll send this one in next week and get a 5th one. Once I have my 5th one, I'm going to say, y'all need to do something about this. Either give me a different model phone or I'm leaving.
Well, I would want to be able to do video on it.
Yeah, the Samsungs have a bad
that crazy case you got it in?
Nope, it's the phone. I've been through 5 of them. And I even spoke to Samsung because the guy I spoke to at Verizon last time gave me a number to contact Samsung. And Samsung, basically what they sent me a letter saying, it is an issue we are aware of. It is an issue we have no plans to fix because not enough people film high-definition video with their cameras and then edit it in software. So it's not a big enough problem to make it worth fixing it. So they say it's a problem we're aware of. It's a problem we don't plan on fixing. Your only option is to get another one and hope you get one that doesn't do it, but they pretty much all do it. So I'm just doing the...
And what does it do? It clicks?
Whenever you transfer video from the phone to a editing software like Final Cut Pro or iMovie, you'll get click, pop, pop, pop every now and then in the video, in the audio.
I mean, it will be there, or it's just random like noise, or it's like a steady, consistent.
It's there and it's frequent. It's not like rhythmic.
Okay, but it's enough to be annoying then. It's not like, oh, it's not perfect. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Yankee. This is what I do when I take my videos from my phone. It automatically uploads it to Google Photos, and I just download from Google Photos to my computer, and that's how I edit it on my computer.
Yeah, I've tried
I don't have to.
It puts it in the audio.
It does, even if it transfers through the cloud.
It knows when it creates the audio file on the phone, it puts the pop in there, and the pop becomes audible once you put it on something that has a more in-depth audio file. Yeah.
What about if you just take the video and upload it to YouTube?
Yeah,
it doesn't do it then, because that's where all my videos are.
That's the encoding. Then that's a problem with the codec.
Yeah.
Then.
So then they know it's existing, and they don't have any intention to fix it because it doesn't bother enough people. So I've just made Verizon give me 5 of these so far, and eventually they'll determine that it's cheaper to just replace this with a different phone and keep sending me them.
Nah, we can't. Well, we don't have that option.
No, that doesn't look that big.
What are you looking at?
You have a Note?
No, I've got the Galaxy S4.
Well, I'm talking about buying the Note, the big one. That looks
It's all
like
Galaxy. Well, it's all Galaxy S4s. I don't know about the Notes.
Well, I'm going to on Notes right now, good guy.
Get the S5.
But you don't have to move. You're not in Maryland.
What are you moving for?
What?
I guess he's moving because of his gun laws.
The humidity.
Maybe I was gonna say maybe the humidity just makes his hair frizzy.
See, mine's a Galaxy Note 2, so and that's what all my YouTube videos are done.
And they do have a click, or they don't?
I've never noticed it.
Are you saying it's a Note also, or it's a Note number 2?
Note number 2.
Okay, is that what they're on? Is that the most current one then?
No, Note number 3 is the newest one.
Okay, and that's I imagine what I get at the store now, or get from them now.
Or you can get them
both.
both.
It has a good camera. I want whatever has a good camera, like the best camera, and then I want a bigger screen.
S5.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you want the Note? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I want the bigger screen because I don't care. I don't carry it enough. I'll carry a little bag for it or something. I'd rather have the screen for when like Yankee said, I use it as a computer more than anything.
What's a Note 3, right?
It's got a good camera.
Do they have a Note 3 now?
Yeah, they got the Note 3.
Okay. Then that's the one I want, as long as it's got a decent camera. Then is that one you're saying will have that click?
I've never noticed it in any of my videos.
The Galaxy S4 that has the issue. I don't know about the Notes.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to see what the megapixel is on the camera.
I'm waiting to see what Apple does with their watch too. I want to see what their iWatch is like. If it's better.
I like the idea of that watch. I don't know why. I just like the idea.
Because it's like Dick Tracy, man.
Yeah,
well, you know what? I'd like an Android watch because I would like it where somebody could start making apps that you put in your watch to use the controls the watch gives you, because then you can make your phone do all kinds of remote desktop weird stuff with remote controls and all that. And, helicopters flying around, and then you could make your watch tell your phone what to do, so that means you could, subtly touch your wrist and your helicopter comes flying in out of nowhere with a gun. Instead of having a camera underneath with a gun in there.
You can keep your phone in your backpack, while you're walking around a convention or whatever.
Oh, man, that's going to be my next Kickstarter. You've heard of the Trunk Monkey. I'm going to make the trunk like Robot Monkey, so you'll have the little watch on, right? Isn't it like the old I can't get up or whatever? And then you'll have the little helicopter coming out of your trunk. So you push that button, your trunk opens up, and a little GPS in the helicopter flies your gun right to you, with the little GPS.
See
Or at least, and some extra ammo because you're already going to have your one gun. But this way, it brings your like SBR and some ammo.
Speaking of guns, why doesn't
the
like,
robotic trunk monkey crawls out afterwards and comes to keep your 6 clear?
Those
how
trunk
did Such
commercials are local. They were made here in Portland.
I wanted to ask, like, why is the HK VP9 like on all of these YouTube channels right now, except Yankee Marshals? What's the deal?
I don't want one.
You don't want?
I think it's the ugliest fucking gun I've seen in a long time.
No,
Wait,
that's a
what gun? I was reading.
The new HK VP9.
It looks
Like Such got one, and like Such put a video out today, and I don't even get the point of the video. It was like him and Mr. Guns and Gear, like, and some other people like shooting
The video was the distributor that loaned him the gun said, show this gun within 48 hours.
We're shooting with like total other YouTube channels with no
Who is this?
commentary, like Such. It was like no commentary. It was
I don't mean
him
to
and-
interrupt a discussion about Such, but good guy, somebody in the chat said that there's a Galaxy Mega.
Yeah, that's a 6.3 screen.
We don't have that yet.
That's like a tablet.
Oh, we don't even know if we're gonna get it. So I don't know
Is
if
it
we're gonna
is it like a mini iPad or whatever those are called?
I saw it on phone
It's
already.
a, it's a
fucking
phone.
tablet, dude.
It's available at Walmart.
See, I wouldn't
So, I
mind
mean,
something
if it's
about the
the size
size
of
of
a mini
Well,
iPad.
we don't have that.
Yes,
We don't have that.
it
We
is.
don't have that.
electronic book.
Yeah,
That'd
that's
be
too
cool.
big. I mean, my mom carries around that thing, and you couldn't even put that in a pocket, really.
I think a Note 3 is 5.7 inch.
Well,
But
I
the-
carry my Kobo electronic book in my cargo pants pocket, and it fits just fine.
I think the Note is about the biggest you can go because I have a Nexus 7, and so like a 6.3. Come on, it's too big. You
Is
can't
it-
do that.
The
Is
rear
that a
camera
Note,
is.
Chris?
It's my Note 2.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
Do you
about.
get
I
that
like
clicking with your video?
The Galaxy Note 4 is supposed to come out sometimes not too far away.
Yeah,
So-
Yankees
Don't
got
click
the
on my
most
video.
If
model
my
that clicks.
phone's busted and I gotta wait till I think September to swap it out, is that enough time to tell them to give me a swap out early? Or
Yes.
is it gonna
Yeah, I
take-
just did it, dude. I just did mine
Yeah,
for October.
AT&T. I don't use sucker AT&T.
Oh,
I'm not a
man.
1%er.
Well, you got to call
cheap-ass
customer
Verizon.
service. That's nothing, dude. Come
All
on,
right.
Chris.
So
tell 'em.
then, can you get a phone, or is a Note some sort of upgrade, or do I just get a Note?
Note 3 is an upgrade.
Oh, how
What
much?
do you have right now?
Whatever. The what do I have? An S3?
You have an S3? Yeah, no,
I don't know.
no.
I got a Magpul cover on it, so I don't know what it says underneath anymore.
Okay, yeah, but if you got it like what? When did you get it?
A long time ago. My thing's gonna be up in September, so I got it like a year and a half ago.
Okay, then the Note 3. I wouldn't. If you're gonna get a Note, don't get the Note 3 just yet. Wait for the 4. It's almost here. If you got the S5, the Note 4 is not behind.
I
Now,
don't know
if
an S5. I think I have an S3.
I
Okay,
think I want the LG G3. I think what I want.
G2.
I want the G3, the new one coming out.
Oh, we don't have that yet. Okay.
How do I
If
make
it-
the phone tell me what it is? It'll tell me when it.
Well, hold on. Is
I
that
think
the-
if you twist its little nipples with
Hold on.
wires,
Can you
Out the
turn it-
device.
Can you turn it around, please?
It's a no. No, I know. It's got a cover on it. I'm saying.
Okay.
Look at. All right, I'll take the cover off.
I'm not gonna have you turn on the
Dude, I
screen.
can tell. I can tell because it has like 2 flashes, or it has the
It looks like
flash
if
and
it's
the
curvy like that, more likely it's an S3. If you got it a long time ago and it's
Ah,
curvy
shit.
like that, it's an S3.
It's a 2-year contract. So
oh damn, it broke.
No, the cover comes off with the case.
Was
it's
your
a Galaxy S3.
was your phone free with the 2-year contract?
I have no idea back then. That was a long time
Or
ago.
it might have been.
I had another phone with Verizon before this, so probably traded in that phone and got this one or something, right? I don't remember. Honestly.
Even 2 years
Yeah,
ago,
my-
the S4 was out.
I had an Evo before this.
Yeah, my phone company
Oh,
never
okay.
wants the phones back. They just send us new ones once in a while.
So that's the government. program.
So if I got an S3, is it going to cost me something to get a Note then?
Yeah,
How much?
those are expensive, like $200.
Oh, I
Oh,
can't do
my
that.
phone's not government. It's what am I? What's the phone? Kobo. No,
You're not-
Kodo. Kodo.
Look for you.
The reason they don't want your phone back is because you had that phone for 10 years.
Try to
They
purchase it
know
on
that.
eBay.
It's
eBay.
full of
Yeah.
tobacco, smoke, and beer.
No, but if
I
you do
I
renew
donate
your
them. I donate them to charities because then they like give them to poor people in Africa, and
In Verizon, there are free phones. If you upgrade for 2 years more of your contract, they do have free phones, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping for, but
yeah. But maybe not a free note, but maybe an older note.
You get free phones, but the thing is, most of the phones will have like third of the full retail price.
Yeah, like my phone, iPhone 5s were just out, and my phone company gave me an iPhone 4S.
This is a $600 phone.
My phone was old. You know, my old phone was old. They didn't work anymore. Here's a new iPhone 4S. And that was just when... So you're always going to... Any of the free ones are going to be like one step behind what's the newest uber high-tech phone, right?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of hoping that an old note wouldn't be would be equal to a new phone.
It should be. They should have like an old note.
This thing, the good thing about Android nowadays is they update the software so that the older phones, even though it has older hardware, will still have the same capabilities as a new phone, like a Samsung. This one has, the structure of this is different, but the software is equal to that of the S5. So it's still a very good phone.
So if I was going to get an old note for the trade for a new phone, then I would say try to be a dick and try to get an upgrade, But if it's going to be an upgrade just to get a note, then they'd be asking a lot to get them to a new note.
I tell you, if this mock-up right here gets anywhere close to the new iPhone, I'll take the new iPhone.
It looks like the old one.
Ugh.
It's a bigger screen.
Yeah, it's just bigger screen, big whoop.
It doesn't look like the old one.
Well, they have a new iOS. Their new operating is coming out.
Notice there's no home button on it.
No, how do you start it? That sucks.
No, I'm gonna find the actual
home phone with home button. Home buttons are so pathetic.
You know how they find?
Well, it turns out the button gave you the impression that you were in charge of the phone. Now they've just eliminated. They just decided to not even appease that anymore. They just submit to the phone. The phone tells you when they need to do something. You don't tell the phone when they're not.
Real estate that can be used by screen.
I don't care. I like my button.
Yeah, I bet you do. No one else does.
Leaked images.
We talked about how people like that button earlier in the chat.
Well, comparing the Note 2 and the Note 3 G-Webs, the Note 2 has an 8 megapixel rear camera and like a 1.9 front, and the Note 3 has a 13 megapixel rear camera with a 2 megapixel front. So that's the difference in the two.
That's definitely worthwhile. But I don't have the cash. If it's $200, I can.
Sort of pay attention to what kind of light gathering it has and how big the sensor is on that actually, other than just the megapixels. iPhone with half the megapixels of my other Android phone takes better video than my Android, and it's got half pixels.
Looks like 5.5 is the biggest it's going to be. But no, that BGR report, that guy is serious. Like, his father was like a big, huge executive fucking Motorola. They don't play around. So that thing has a home button, though. This is a leak that came out like a few days ago. But it looks like it's 5.5 inch. So
there's supposed to be like maybe a 4.7 and a 5.5, but some people are saying the 4.7 is actually the only real one, and the 5.5 is for later. It would suck.
6x9, that'd be perfect.
That's a tablet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tablet. Yeah,
just everybody has to wear cargo pants. Big whoop.
When the first Samsung Galaxy
people could carry around little tablet purses all the time.
When the first
Samsung like a pouch on your belt.
When I first saw the Samsung Tab came out, it's a 7-inch tablet, and then I picked it up. I could actually put it in my hand a little bit, and it says, "Oh look, it's Shaq's phone."
That's funny, yeah. I can actually, in certain like cargo shorts, I can put them in
that thing around, dude. That could be for an iPad.
Well, I was gonna say, Chris, any phone in your hand looks like Shaq's phone.
I was kind of slow on the uptake there. It was funny once you said it.
I was waiting for G-Webs or whoever was talking to finish.
Kindle Fire is pretty.
Looking at this image right here, my fear is they've kept that stupid 16.9 format, which does not work for web pages. It works great for watching video, but it's horrible for web pages.
Yeah, if that's the case. And then what scared me too, and what made me really like go with the Samsung was that now they have this deal with the Beats headphones, and that they were saying that the headphone jack is going to be a Lightning port, which is like a micro USB. You know, it's their version of like.
I love the Lightning charger. I love the fact that it can go in left or right. You don't have to know if it's upside down or.
But they're trying to say that the headphones will, at the very end of the headphone, will be a Lightning jack. So it's not like a regular headphone anymore. So it's proprietary, and that means you can't use just any headphone you buy at the store. I can't imagine them making a mistake like that, but who knows, man?
I think they might.
They might, yeah. And if they do, I don't want any part of it. I want to be able to like use whatever headphones I want.
Headphone jacks are so 2010 anyway. When are we just going to get to all Bluetooth headphones?
I got a lot of Bluetooth.
I would like that.
Wait for the implants in your brain, man. The direct cranial implants. They'll also have that special feature so you can be traced.
You know those sports ones, those sports Bluetooth ones that go around your neck kind of like a little collar, and they have the little earpieces that pull up and go in your ears?
Yeah.
Everyone fucking wears those now. When I was on the plane last week, it was like, I guarantee you could not see one row on the plane that did not have at least one person wearing those headphones.
Yeah, I see a lot too.
And I'm like, you can't even use those on the phone, asshole. They're Bluetooth. But I guess people were using them on the phone, on the plane. I mean, you can't use them on the plane because you're not supposed to use Bluetooth on the plane. But you'd see people sitting in every row with them on, and the stewardesses weren't saying a thing to them.
Huh.
As long as the phone is off, I thought that's okay.
No, you're not supposed to use
eventually,
Bluetooth
when everyone's required to wear them, what the government will do is they'll weave explosives into every collar, and if you don't do what they tell you, that's just like, push a button, baby.
Okay, you're going random again on me.
Because now it's like you can click on that.
Like an audio snippet of Bob saying that.
Airplane mode is like, oh, you got to show the stewardess. Oh, look, my phone's in airplane mode. Like, leave me alone. So I thought.
Yeah, they don't even make you turn your phones off anymore, like on takeoff and stuff. Now, this is the first time I was ever on flights where they say, please secure your phones in your hand or your person. You know, which means you could still have them on and be like listening to them. They didn't care as long as you didn't have to put them away. You know, they used to make you put them away for takeoff and landing. Now they just tell you, hold on to your phones.
Yeah, and it was put them away so they don't become projectiles when the plane crashes.
Now they don't give a shit. The plane crash is the least. Let's just say this: if I'm hurtling towards the ground in a multi-ton tin can from thousands of feet up, the last thing in my mind worrying about is whether someone's cell phone hits me in the back of the head.
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, you got way more worries about the baby sitting on the woman's lap because they don't require babies to have seatbelts in airplanes.
Pretty soft. They'll probably just squish when they hit.
When I used to fly a lot,
doing some sort of an airplane crash selfie, and then you're in the background doing something weird, and then that's what everyone's going to remember you doing something weird like that in the last second.
Yeah, you were the guy who was like, crying and peeing yourself in the background.
If anybody takes selfies and I'm in them, I am going to be doing something weird because as soon as that plane starts going down, I'm going to start. I'm sorry. I'm going to get one last one in before we hit the ground.
when I used to fly a lot, I used to fly like once or twice a week or whatever. When those stewardesses come out with that big metal cart and they're starting to like serve drinks,
I panic because then I'm afraid I'm going to have to go to the bathroom before they get to me or after they get to me, and I'm blocked.
Even worse. My point is that we're going to hit an air pocket, and that thing is going to hit me in the head and kill me. Like that's probably the most dangerous time during a flight is when they're serving you drinks, because those things are heavy, and if we did hit heavy turbulence, that thing is airborne. That thing is going to be.
I saw a stewardess once that was giving out drinks with the carts. Two of them actually hit the ceiling on a flight into Dallas one time.
Yeah, I've heard about it. It'll put you in the hospital like right away.
Air pockets and shit.
When we dropped,
you'll get a free ticket to anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, sure.
I forget what it was they said, but we hit like some sort of current, and we dropped. I think they said it was several hundred feet in the matter of a couple of seconds. It was just like, whoof, and the stewardesses hit the ceiling like they just shot straight in the air. And so did some people that didn't have their seatbelts on. But
yeah, I know everybody takes their seatbelts off. It always kills me, man. I leave mine done up but loose.
I leave mine on. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I don't tighten it up.
It's not like, oh, this seatbelt is keeping me from using this expansive seat they've given me.
Are you first class?
Another advantage with being small of stature is I actually have room in airport seats.
I don't ever fly first class. I've never seen a point in spending twice as much money to get there in the same amount of time and have 3-inch wider seats.
You've never been as fat as most Americans.
Not that light. I was 250 something pounds, but I'm not like.
Me too. Well, I was
Well, it ain't about
249.
fat. You get to get on the plane first, and it's just more comfortable.
Yeah, I've never understood that get on the plane first either. I always wait till the end. I'm always that guy that sits there listening to my music until they call last boarding. My seat is still going to be there.
Well, my advice to you, and I learned this from flying a lot, like a few years ago, the closest that you can get to the front of the plane, no matter what turbulence you hit, you're not going to notice it as much. So people in first class kind of usually don't. They don't really feel
Back
it.
of the plane, that's where people usually survive the crashes, though.
Oh, probably you're right. But what I would do is I would ask for bulkhead exit row, and if you get to the gate early enough and you ask them at the gate, can I get a bulkhead seat? You're basically looking right at the back of the head of the last guy in first class. And when we hit turbulence, I would turn around and look. You'd see the whole plane shaking like a snake in the back. Like the back row, it's like...
There's something about having that wall right in front of me.
Yeah.
And it limits your feet. You can't stick your feet under the seat in front of you. You lose like 3 or 4 inches of foot
That
space.
is true, yeah.
So it bugs the fuck out of me. I spend the whole time with my toes pressed against the wall.
What they should do is put the seats against that bulkhead wall, and then be like on a bus or something where you're looking backwards.
Well, that's the way Southwest used to do it, but it was weird because you get those seats and then you spent the rest of the trip staring at 200 people looking at you.
I hear you, but if it's like a family, that's like perfect, because then you get the kids sitting there and everybody's just
Yeah, it
playing
works if you've
cards
got,
or
like,
something. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when it's different people, but anyway, I think that's the way they should do it, because I've got stuck in that effing seat too. Horrible.
I had a chance once to actually ride in the cockpit once. My dad used to work for what was America West Airlines, and we had a plane that was being delivered from Washington back to Arizona. So instead of me having to fly back, I think a flight that said, you just ride this, just go ahead and ride this, plane going back. I said, okay. So I was me and this one other guy, a mechanic was a passenger, and then the 2 pilots. That's it.
What I love. Oh, keep going.
And then and on the landing, I decided, want to talk to the pilots. So they said, hey, pull that seat out back there. It's like a foldable seat in the cockpit. So on my way in, I had a nice view of the landing at night. So that's pretty cool,
man.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
What I love is when you don't pay attention to your flights, and then you get that little thing of like, well, we may use different carriers if we need to, if we don't sell enough tickets, and then you end up like you say you book it like on American Airlines. So you think, okay, I'm flying into Charleston on American Airlines, and then you get there and you find out your second leg is now on American Eagle instead of American Airlines.
Yeah.
And you get this happened to us this week or last week. I get my tickets and it was me and my 2 sons going into Charleston, and I'm like, we're in different rows. I've got my children with me. I'd like to be in the same row. And she's, won't be possible. I was like, well, someone can move. She's like, oh, I don't mean it's not possible because the seats are full. She's like, there's only 1 row. So we got on this little tiny fucking ass plane that had 1 set of seats on 1 side of the plane, and that was it. Room for 12 people on the plane total.
Are you talking about the one where there's 2 and then an aisle and then 1?
No, I'm talking you got on the plane and there is 1 seat, 1 seat, 1 seat, 1 seat, 1 seat, all the way to the back,
shit.
and 2 seats in the back.
Oh no, I haven't been on that something all the
And
way.
the plane has
I've been on that small plane, but not
and the
that
plane
far.
has 2 little propellers, 1 on each wing, and the wings look like they're about 8 feet wide.
We got on this one coming back from Shotshone, Florida, and they take you across the Gulf of Mexico to Dallas, and then from Dallas to Tucson in this plane where it was 2 seats and then an aisle and then another seat, and then the baggage went on top of the people with 2 seats. So that person by themselves is just kicking back. They got nothing to do. There's nothing above their head. They got their own window, and then they're like an aisle seat and a window seat, right? Because it's just 1 row. But then on the other side, there's 2 seats, and they're like smaller or something. So you know how big I am. They go in there, and then it was me and a friend of mine and another friend of mine, and this poor ass woman. And I don't know, you met Joe too, right?
Yeah.
So it was like me and Joe, and this woman's eyes got all big, and she's like, "Oh shit!" But we were nice and let her like move up to sit next to that other poor bastard. And we crammed into these 2 seats, but I would have like killed the poor lady.
I always
Your
get that
seats are
panic
so
feeling
small.
when you're traveling by yourself and you're like in a row of 3 and there's already 2 people in, the window seat's in and you're in the aisle seat, and then you see this giant fat person that you know just smells bad get on the plane. Now, I'm not talking like G-Web's big, like tall and thick. I'm talking like 5'2" and 600 pounds.
Oh, good. You're
Oh my
not
God!
describing me.
Don't let him come to my row. Don't let him come to my row. Don't let him come to my row. And my poor son, he got stuck next to some guy that smelled of curry so bad. This guy took my breath away as soon as he walked down the aisle. I was like, oh my God. And where'd he end up sitting? Right next to my son in front of me.
Have you ever heard that curry smells just like C4?
I don't know.
I like curry. I like the taste of curry.
I love curry, man.
Hey, Yankee.
This is the type of plane I was talking about they put us on. One like this.
Oh, that's death.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been on planes like that, but not commercial planes.
Yeah.
I've flown in like 2-seaters.
That's called the Aliyah Special.
I like that. Not what I signed up for. But they were like, the ladies tell us like, well, we had a plane scheduled to fly into Charleston from on this kind of blah blah blah, but it only had 8 people booked, so we didn't fly that plane. We just chartered this one instead. And I'm like, well, I don't want to ride in that little death trap.
Well, those are like a little, I don't know what you call them, like executive planes. So I've driven in, I've flown in those, but they're more like you've seen them in movies where it's like big.
Yeah, that would be okay.
Those, like, you know, there's like 2 big ass chairs on swivels, and then 2 big ass chairs on swivels, and then a bench and a bench. So basically, you're gonna have room to spin around and.
Yeah, this was not like. And when I looked out the window and saw the plane, because you have to like walk downstairs and walk across the concrete to get the tarmac to get on it. And when I looked out the window and saw it, I was like, I literally said out loud, I was like, "Don't tell me you're putting us on that little fucking Buddy Holly killing plane." And she's like, yep, "That's the one you're taking." I was like, crap.
Well, even though our plane was a little bit bigger, that's how I felt. I'd never been on a commercial plane that small before. I seriously thought it was like a joke or some, you know, like we did something wrong.
I was
shit, man. I've flown up north and they fly all kinds of little tiny shit, and it's commercial, you know, but it's only got 4 seats.
Well, I did all of my flying when I was a kid, and I suspect that was back in the days when the gas just didn't cost so much. So they would, because you guys were talking about first class earlier. I've flown first class a bunch of times. I never paid for it, but it would be like me and my grandma or me and somebody, and you know, when there's like a little kid and a single person, they're gonna be like, or they would say, "You want to fly first class? We got a whole like row of first class empty. Feel free to sit up there." So I've flown in first class a few times, but that's when those planes were freaking empty. I've also flown in planes where I had the entire like row of whatever 3 seats to myself. I've laid down and slept in a plane before, like you know, because there was nobody. There was like 6 people on the effing plane, and it was a huge plane.
Yeah, when I was in the 80s and I was in the military and I flew all the time, that was common because they kept their routes up no matter how many passengers they had. If that plane needed to be back in Chicago, it went back to Chicago.
Exactly. It's like well, we can't leave the plane here. We need it maybe at the next jump. It's like a fucking bus. They're like, we got to just keep moving this plane around. So
So I would book flights after 9 p.m. I would book flights after 9 p.m. on purpose because you'd get on the plane. It'd be like a big, you know, 6 seats on one side, 3 seats on one side, 3 seats on the other, and there'd be like 12 people on the plane.
That's why
it was such an eye-opener when I hadn't flown for the longest time, but that's how I remember flying. And I was always cheap, so I was always flying those flights that were empty. And then, because they were at the weird times or whatever, and that's when we went to, well, the last 2 times I've flown have been more recent, and they're the other way. They're packed, and they'll overbook it, and it's horrible, and that means the gates, because the gates used to be empty too. You could do whatever you wanted out in the thing, and your friends could come right up to the gate and hang out with you, eat lunch or whatever, bring food in. Anyway, now it's horrible on top of horrible on top of horrible, and the planes just get smaller and older.
And I don't carry shit on the plane. I know a lot of these people, they try to carry everything on the fucking planes. They don't check anything.
That's what I do.
I just check one bag. I just check one bag. I don't carry anything on the plane except for a tiny little bag that has my snacks and my iPad in it. That's it. And people fighting to get on the fucking plane, like lined up, like, oh, I'm gonna get on there first. And I'm like, why? You got a seat assignment. I sit back, and they're like, oh, there'll be no storage space. I'm like, I've got my little man purse here. That's all I've got. You know, it can sit in my lap for all I care.
Well, the last 2 times when we flown with guns, that's true. I did just put all my shit underneath. But I still have a bag with me, and I like to put it in front of the seat in front of me, though, instead of up in those things. Because you know you've got that space, and I can get to it.
Yep.
I don't have to get up and get to it.
I can do
As
3
soon as I
days
get in,
just
as
out
soon
of
as
the
I get in
computer
flight, I
case.
just slide it back behind my feet and put my feet under the seat in front of me. So.
Well, that's the thing, and they can't tell when I'm sitting there. It's just underneath my knees, really. But you know, basically, it's on the floor and it's out of their way. So yeah, I know what you mean. I don't try to put stuff in the overhead anymore. When I was a kid, though, yeah, I brought everything on the plane because again, it was half-time planes were fucking empty.
I remember once when I was a little
They
kid.
didn't care. Bring like
I remember once when I was a
luggage.
kid. This was probably like in 1974, maybe. I remember being on the plane and them coming and telling my grandfather to get me out of the overhead compartment because he was letting me get up in the overhead compartment like because I was a kid, wanted to climb around up in there. And they right before takeoff, they came and we were actually taxiing to the runway and we were still goofing around. They're like, "Could you please have your seats and get him out of the overhead compartment?" And I was just a little kid.
Yeah, he probably just stuffed you up there thinking, hey, that means I got more room to stretch out.
I was just playing, and that was back though when I used to sleep in the back window of the car. Like we'd drive to Charleston, I'd crawl up in the back window. You know, I used to have that place behind the seats that was like a shelf.
Most of us really old guys have done that, Yankee.
Yeah, I would just get up in there and lay down and go to sleep in the back window of the car on the way to Charleston. And more than once, my grandfather has hit the brakes really hard, and I've slammed into the back of the front seats. Come flying out, hit the back seats.
Yep.
I kind of get lucky, and I get to fly once a week usually just for the hell of it. I got a bunch of my buddies who are in flight school, so I can just hop in with them every now and then, just rotate through.
Oh, cool, man.
See, I would never understand
Do
flying.
you just go there for the fly-in, or do you like go to Vegas, spend the weekend, and then fly home for free?
No, it's just the flying.
See,
It's
I
all
don't understand that at all. That's like saying every now and then I get to play Russian roulette just for the fun of it.
No, it's fun as shit when especially if you can sit in the cockpit or whatever.
Flying to me is terrifying, and I don't like it.
I did most of my flying up north, and I got to sit next to the pilot because they would just have it's a 6-seat aircraft. You got a pilot and the passengers, and maybe some dogs.
Yeah, I used to fly out of what
And they were like, "Who's the one who's gonna never shut up on this whole flight? We want him next to the pilot so he doesn't."
It's true, you know what? And the pilot never once fell asleep.
I used to fly with those little puddle jumpers, those little single propeller planes out of Huachuca, Arizona, every now and then, and those are horrible. They hold 6 people, and I remember literally I was getting on with a guy once, and they're like, "You can't take that on, that carry-on." He's like, "You mean my laptop?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah, you can't carry that on. It's too big." And he's like, "What?" And they were weighing us. They were actually asking us how much we weighed.
Fuck
they could
that. That's racist. That's racist, man. I'm not going to do
No,
it.
and that's not so much for that. I mean, it is obviously, but it's also for trim. So that on those little planes, it matters if they can put 2 equal-sized people on the other side.
Yeah,
that helps a lot. It's like the pilot doesn't have to freaking deal with it the whole time.
I haven't weighed myself in 5 years.
That
So
guys in the back, that'll
I'm not
fuck up
gonna have it.
big time.
I was going to say, though, when I was flying a few years ago, there's these electronic, you do everything electronic. Like you can check in on your flight within 24 hours from your phone. You
But
can
not
do all
always
this
when you
crazy
got a
shit.
gun. A lot of that stuff
Oh,
is
yeah,
like,
yeah.
unless you're carrying a gun, and
No,
then you
I
got
was
to walk
flying.
up to the lady.
I was flying domestic to fly international, but my thing was when I would show up and I would do it, I would check in on my phone, I'd show up, I'd go to one of those electronic kiosks, and it would say, "Would you like to upgrade to first class for like $40?" And I would be like, "Hell yeah." I mean, hell yeah.
Son
Because,
of a bitch, yeah, that'd be awesome.
yeah, fuck yeah. I was doing it all the time, like a few years ago. And then, you know, it was more money, but shit, dude. I mean, and it was, you're right. The first class section was empty. So it's like they're doing it just because they know it's empty when you get to the kiosk. If
I've
it was
heard of
full.
people just go in there with coach or whatever, but then you can trade miles in for first class, and they'll do the same.
Yeah.
Oh, we only got 100 people in first class, and there's 99 seats, so no. But if it's like the other way around, we got 25 people, and they're just gonna have 75 seats go to waste. Let us
Yeah,
have some
definitely.
of them miles.
Because I sleep better up there, and like I said, I'm not into flying, and ever since 9/11 it got really bad. But like even before that, I was around when that TW800 thing was whatever. So I'm really turbulence sensitive. Like if I get bumpy flight, I start sweating and gripping my chair and acting
Yeah.
fucking
I was
crazy.
doing that the whole way.
Speaking of that,
I was
if
way
you'd
back
ask
when-
the stewardesses up in first class for a bumpy flight to completion, be sure to ask for that next time.
That's what I mean. But like I read a long time ago, there was a website that was by a pilot, and I think it was like thefearoflying.net or whatever. And he would tell you, if you're that scared, here's the key. Book a flight at night or book a flight really, really early in the morning, because as the warm air heats up in the atmosphere, that's when you're going to get your bumpy flights.
Oh, yeah. It's like when you're flying along and it's cloudy and then you suddenly start seeing brightly lit ground. You're like, oh, fuck, now we're going to start hitting bumps. And every time, flying over
and then he would say, if you couldn't avoid that, he would say, try to sit as close up to the nose of the plane as you could. So I would upgrade to first class if I could. I would always ask for bulkhead, because I was flying like 4 or 5 times a week. It was getting crazy for me. So, and I was totally scared. And there was nothing I could do about it. By the end of the time, it was kind of like riding a bus for me. You know, like it was maybe a year period, not even.
This was all those flights to South America you were talking about?
Yeah, yep. And it was like 3 or 4 times a week. It was like, it was fucked up. So I'd have to fly from where I was to Dallas.
That's why you got so much money.
Miami.
The worst part is the return flights with all that stuff in your butt.
No, dude, trust me, that shit. I was running big time, dude. The guy I was working for was the son of the prime minister of the country, so I was
and he was very gentle.
Oh, dude, I was rolling in there like I was gangster, man. Al Capone.
He said you just invest in a little anal ease and you're okay.
Yeah, that's where they did the surgical compartment in my thigh. They hollowed out the thigh muscle.
Yeah, well, not that there was that much muscle there, because
I brought a whole bunch of.
It's not like you've ever done anything.
Set up a studio in this guy's house and shit. It was cool.
Just have them hollow out your love handles, and then you could supply the whole eastern seaboard with smack for.
Awesome. There you go.
And jowls.
No drugs were involved, and I don't know. It's awesome though. But yeah,
We're always
flying.
commenting on his unusually large head.
Even now, to this day, that was like 5 years ago, or 4 years ago. But even now, I won't fly during like when I know the atmosphere is heating up. So that's like from 12. To me, it's like really from like 11 a.m. to like 3 or 4. I'm trying not to get that flight.
So you'd rather fly in the dark, where it's the hardest to land and take off.
Absolutely. When the air is cooling down, you should have.
But when it's most dangerous for takeoffs and landings, you'd rather.
Oh, dude, they don't care. These pilots are so drunk, they don't give a shit.
Well, actually, mostly they're not really doing anything. It's the airplane doing it.
Right.
They don't have to do much except listen to the buzzers.
Yeah. The thing is, you're counting on a government system that was put in. A government-mandated system. So of course, it was put in at as low a cost as possible.
No, I'm just saying. Like, look,
yeah.
You know what else used to make me confident was when I would see the pilot show up at the gate, and if he had his little carry-on bag was like full of fucking Air Force shit, I felt like, okay, this guy's been flying. He was older.
Plastic toy.
No, like Air Force stickers. Like his little carry-on case was full of like, he's obviously been in the Air Force, and he's got years of experience. I can tell by the
drab, beat up.
You're not worried about like a flashback, and then he opens up the bay door, and he goes flying out.
The intruder. It's like you're the intruder. Like, no.
There's zombies on the plane.
I'm worried about those fat, fucking young, like pimply-faced 20-year-old dudes, and I'm like, that guy's gonna fly my plane? Hell, fuck.
They learned how to fly in Civil Air Patrol, and now they're like 23, and the only thing they've ever flown was like a crop duster until they got hired by United because they'll work for 20.
I went to basic, and my friend of mine in Civil Air Patrol he was already getting his dual jet certification before, like at 18, like right when you could get it. He was like, I wouldn't say that those guys have no experience. That guy had more flight time than a lot of people that come out of,
a lot of doctors who take up flying in their 40s when they can afford it.
Well, no, but I'm saying if you would have gone like out of high school and gone to a school to learn how to be a pilot, this guy was just gung ho about it, and he had a lot of hours. He had logged a lot of hours, and he had gone through every rating all the way up. When you get a pilot's license, you go through ratings. So to get to dual engine, whatever for flying a big plane. I mean, he was already doing that when he was like 18. Whenever the first day he could have done it, he was already doing that. So there's definitely people out there that start flying young.
Oh yeah.
Some people are high school by ourselves. When we were in high school, he already had his pilot's license.
It just scares me. I mean, they could be the best pilot in the world, but like if they look young, I don't want them flying my plane if they're young.
I don't want them either.
most young people with the big airlines, I mean, they'll never be a captain until they've got years of experience. They're just the first officer most of the time.
Yeah, co-pilot, they just do all the work.
And the best thing about Bulkhead, I know it's a little bit uncomfortable, is also you get to see those fucking stewardesses the entire flight because they sit at those little fold-down chairs and they're talking about like tuna casserole and shit. And no matter what, you know, okay, well, they're totally like, they don't, whatever happens on this flight, as soon as the shit goes bad, you're gonna see it in their face. They're gonna like, you know, all those little beeps and tones, all those little beep, those tones and shit. Or if the pilot calls them in and then they start acting strange, you'll see it. If the closer the front you are, you'll see that stuff. If you're all the way in by the bathroom, you're not gonna know anything, man. Like you might live, but you'll be the last to know that you're gonna live.
There's flight attendants now, not stewardesses.
Well, I've had a flight attendant. Most of them were stewardesses, though.
Really quickly, I've been wanting to ask Yankee this. Did you see? I think you've already seen the last 2 episodes of Game of Thrones.
No, I have not.
Oh, what?
I haven't.
They killed the father of the How to Train Your Dragon.
I told you I'm single this 2 weeks. I can't say why, but I'm single for 2 weeks.
Okay, but still, though, I mean,
Better hit up that Craigslist, man.
I mean, come on! It's the episode 9 was like the most epic episode.
Are you talking about How to Train the Dragon, where they kill the father of the?
No, not Dragon.
Game of Thrones, where they threw out the poison card again, and now everybody's all like, "Oh, you're gonna kill everybody off again." Blah blah.
Shut up. Stone Guy said that. I can't believe Stone Guy goes, "I can't believe they killed the dad." I'm like, what?
Was he serious, or he knew that was fucked up to say? He just wanted it to be fucked up.
No, I think he just.
Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, I can't say that. I mean, that's.
I could hear in his voice he was being mischievous. He was like, he knew it was wrong to say that. That's cool.
Well, you mean they actually did kill the dad?
In the movie, yeah, How to Train Your Dragon.
Well, when you think about it, he only really ruined it for the little kids that want to watch that movie.
Oh.
Hey, I love that
too
movie.
bad.
Yeah, they
that's what I'm saying. The little kids are the ones that are really going to be bothered by knowing the spoiler.
Since it's already ruined for everybody, the bad part about it was that not only did they kill the dad, but Toothless is the one that killed him.
I don't know any idea what that means.
The dragon.
No, the black dragon.
Why would I know what were you guys doing? Is this a video game or is this a book? What are we talking about?
Because the
How to Train Your Dragon
commanded him to kill Hiccup, and the dad got between Hiccup and Toothless and got killed.
Oh God, no! I don't want to hear about this. This is horrible.
Oh, that just sounds sad.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone was crying in the fucking theater, man.
I don't want to hear about it.
The kids were crying. The kids were crying.
Yeah, then at the end, everyone that wants to watch it, close your ears. But then at the end, when the Alpha Dragon is trying to kill all the villagers, and he tries to take control of Toothless again, Toothless fights back and saves Hiccup, and then challenges the dragon for dominance and actually kicks his fucking ass.
Nice.
There becomes Alpha Dragon.
So, and that's with that little.
What is this? A book or a comic book or a video game or what?
It's all original. It's a movie.
Why do you guys all know about it if it's a damn
Okay,
movie?
because How to Train Your Dragon came out in the movie theaters maybe like, what was that, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah.
You're talking about a 3-year-old movie?
Yeah, well, no, this is the sequel.
part two.
We're talking about the sequel that came out like a week ago.
So
I'll always remember How to Train Your Dragon, the first one. I'll always remember that movie very fondly because that was the movie that it took me 3 times to actually see it all the way through. The first time I went, I got about a third of the way through, and I got a phone call saying my bartender punched one of my waiters. I had to go to work. And then I went to see it again a week later, and I got about halfway through, and I got a phone call saying one of my waitresses just got in a slap fight with a customer, and I had to go to work. So I had to walk out on it twice, and then I finally got to see it all the way through the 3rd time.
is that when you decided to quit owning a bar?
That was one of the factors in it. That was for sure.
No shit, man.
The only reason I joined this chat was for the Washington Redskins thing. And no one's
yeah,
here
they're
from
kind
that
of
anymore.
now, eh?
Okay.
Yankee,
Because I always think that when it's Sunday, you're not, you're not on chats because you're watching Game of Thrones. So you're pretty much, I know it's like.
That's usually the case on Sundays.
What was the last episode you've seen?
The one where what do they call him? Viper fought the mountain.
Oh, Viper fought the mountain. Okay, so at least the 8th episode. Okay, so you're okay. So you're
9 and 10, I think.
Yeah, so you still need to watch Watchers on the Wall, okay, and the children. Okay.
Yeah, I already know what happens. Like I know what's her face dies.
Oh, which her face dies?
You know, the redheaded northerner chick. What's her name?
Watch it.
So.
Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
Ygritte dies.
Yeah.
Do you know by who?
Well, I know she's got the drop on Jon Snow, but then doesn't kill him and all this other crap. But I didn't read too closely into it.
Okay. But if you watch it, it's an epic scene. So that's just the whole thing was all Battle of Castle Black.
Yeah.
Basically.
Which I knew they were up to something so that Jon Snow could take over.
In a way, yeah. I didn't see.
I hope they killed that fucking bastard, the acting captain or whatever his name was. I hope they either killed him or made him live to see himself be made.
Are you okay if I say something about it?
Sure.
No, Alistair. I thought he lived, but he actually did die. So, and he what do they call this? He fought Thurmond, the one of the commanders of the the wildlings, so the one with the big red beard.
Yeah, that one.
And he almost had him. So, but Alistair lived. He actually redeemed himself in that one. He was pretty cool in that one. So, but yeah, pretty much. Jon Snow hammer times freaking hammers the big cannibal guy in the head.
And I want to see the giants. I know the giants were pretty cool.
Giants were there. Yep, there were giants. So yep. So but yeah, I watched that about 3 or 4 times. That's just awesome episode right there. Then the last episode was pretty cool too because do you already know what could or would have happened in the last episode?
Not really.
Okay, I'm not saying anything then. So
it's like the show. I like the show a lot, and I really enjoy watching it. But it always bothers me how short-memoried people are with characters. Like I'm sitting watching it not too long ago, and back when the whole thing with what's her face, the big blonde chick, and Jaime Lannister, they're bonding, like. He starts off as a prisoner, but they become friends, and everybody's sitting there like, I kind of like Jaime Lannister, and I'm like, are you forgetting that this is the motherfucker that shoved a little boy out of a window just a couple seasons ago? I was like, you so quickly forget what kind of character he is.
Yeah, he does get a little. Yeah, I mean, he's still kind of what do you call this? He's kind of like changed a bit. Over time, so since he got back, there's
only one character on the show that I even care anything about anymore, and that's Khaleesi.
What's her name? Daenerys. Daenerys, yeah.
She's the only one I care about on the show. She's the only character that I'm like, I hope her storyline works out. Blah blah blah. The rest of them die tomorrow, and I probably wouldn't care, except for the big blonde chick. I kind of like her.
Oh, Brielle.
Yeah.
The one that guarded. Okay, yeah. Oh, you'll be interested in what happens to her in the last episode.
But the Dragon Lady is the only one I really care about.
Yeah, she. The thing is, they're really focusing very little on her. I mean, it happens from time to time. You did see her fire. What's his face? Right?
Found out he was spying on her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I thought that whole scene was kind of heavy-handed. I think she would have been a little more fair about the fact that, well, he may have been spying on her at first, but when it came time to kill her, he didn't let him, and then he followed her even when he was done. Yeah.
She got, she was too proud. She felt a little betrayed. Yeah. So.
I don't know how much longer this thing's going to stay alive. I kind of got, computer kind of went haywire on me and kicked me out.
Plus, if they're using the Dorko meter to figure out if how much nerd talk is going on.
Nerd talk.
Game of Thrones.
I like how everybody gave me shit when I tried to explain that Magic the Gathering thing wasn't as bad as playing Dungeons and Dragons, and then you guys have gone for like 6.5 hours about who frickin' poked what dragon with what stone of christening or whatever.
I wouldn't have made fun of you of that.
I would. That's role-playing game. That's nerd stuff.
Yeah, they gave me shit on that.
It's like when you go into whenever you go into a comic book shop, there's always there's a hierarchy of nerdness and coolness. At the very front of the store is just the comic books, and that's the coolest guys in the store. They're the ones that might be wearing a leather jacket, might be hipsters, they just like comic books. You go back a little further, and then you get into the collectibles, the action figures, etc. A little nerdier when you get into that. Then beyond that is like the statues and the costumes, and that's really nerdy. But always at the very back of every store, of every comic book shop I've ever been to, is always the little tiny pewter pieces and the game boards and the stuff.
And down on the bottom rows where you have to bend over to get down to it.
Yeah, and that's the super uber game player nerds, and they're the ones that the other people in the comic book shop make fun of, and it's like they're the Arkansas of the comic book shop. And I'm pretty much convinced that the